Today in Cleveland, it's Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. The Indian summer continues. The O's' Jimmy Key was spinning out of control when Cleveland's Manny Ramirez blasted for 2.
Well hit, Brady Anderson at the track at the wall. He won't get this one.
But Cal Ripken Jr. looked to make his mark in the series with his first ever postseason home run.
Into left field, track, wall.
Innings passed, tension mounted, key plays were made. Then, Orioles shortstop Mike Bordick looked like he would play the unlikely hero.
Into right field, a hit. It's a 2-run Oriole lead.
But the normally bulletproof Baltimore pen snapped in the 8th.
That's the second walk of the inning, and the tying runs are on for Cleveland.
And it was the prime-time playoff performer, Marquise Grissom, who stepped to the plate with the game on the line.
Deep left center field. Gone! A 3-run home run for Marquise Grissom.
And in one brief instant, Cleveland regained new life. Today on the mound for the O's, it's Mike Mussina, one of the game's most stoic starters. As for Cleveland, Orel Hershiser's fire and intensity make him one of the strongest competitors in postseason history. Now, the battle is set to begin again as the O's and Tribe take to the Jake. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series, next on Fox. The American League Championship Series pregame show on Fox is brought to you by Ameritrade, the smartest way to trade, period. Here's Chip Carey.
Friends, rock and roll was named by Cleveland DJ Alan Freed, and here's where its museum stands in downtown Cleveland, but right down the road is where it's really gonna rock. Jacobs Field today plays host to ALCS Game 3 between the Orioles and the Indians. The series tied a game apiece, and just like Baltimore, the Indians faithful are fanatic about their club, and this is one of baseball's best yards, but also one of the toughest for the opposition. This year's story of courage, though, belongs to Eric Davis of the Orioles. His battle with colon cancer continues. He had chemotherapy. It ended at 4 a.m. Friday morning after Game 2, but he is in the lineup today. Hello again, everybody. I'm Chip Carey along with Steve, public enemy #1 Lions. Welcome to ALCS Game 3 here in Cleveland. What a storyline for this one in Cleveland.
Well, we've talked a lot about momentum so far in this series, and Marquise Grissom switched the momentum back to the Indians with a huge 3-run home run in Game 2. This ball club did not want to come back home down 0-2 and facing the Orioles ace, Mike Mussina. He will go today, and if there's anyone who can stop a momentum slide, he's the guy.
Well, the opposition for Baltimore on the mound is Orel Hershiser. He knows a thing or two about big home runs. He said Grissom's home run reminded him of one he saw as a member of the Dodgers. Remember Kirk Gibson back in '88? He told Tommy Lasorda, hey, I can give you one good swing. I'd say that would suffice. Of course, the Dodgers won the World Series that season, and of course, everyone knows about Grissom. He had the stomach flu in Game 1. It was actually throwing up between innings. Came off the deck for the Indians, hit the 3-run homer in the 8th that sank Baltimore, and of course, even the series 1-1. Now the Tribe comes back home, has a lot of momentum, and Grissom says this home crowd supported him all season, and he expects it again today.
I never got any negative vibes from them at all, and they stayed behind me 100%, and, you know, signing autographs on and off the field and in the community, you know, out of town on the road trip. They were awesome, and they really took the effect on. They became the 10th man in the series against the Yankees, and I think they boosted us right over the hump. And we pretty much came together, but we realized that we owe it to our fans, too.
Yeah, great fans here in Cleveland, classy fans, too. When Eric Davis of the Orioles came to the ballpark, fans were greeting him with "We love you, Eric Davis" signs. Of course, he continues to take his weekly chemotherapy treatments, finished up his latest one at 4 a.m. Friday morning, arrived in Cleveland at 7 o'clock last night. He is in the lineup today, and we asked him how his latest treatment has been going.
Well, everyone since the postseason has been different. You know, I've never taken it at 2:30 in the morning. First time I've flown after it, you know, so I'm a little tired right now, but, you know, once the game starts, you put that behind you.
Davis wants to play all 3 games in Cleveland. Davey Johnson told us he probably will get Sunday off, should be in the lineup on Monday. One more quick note, Davis, when he takes his chemotherapy treatments, watches a movie during the 2.5-hour procedure. The latest flick he watched was Major League 2, and yes, as a member of the Orioles, even Davis said, I liked the ending of that particular flick. I don't know if the fans in Baltimore, Steve, would agree with that. Let's turn our attention quickly to the National League side of the ledger, where the Florida Marlins pitching staff takes another blow, but not quite as serious as Alex Fernandez. He, of course, is done for the postseason. Today's scheduled starter was Kevin Brown. He can't go, has a viral infection. That means Al Leiter will move up a day in the rotation and will pitch today for the Florida Marlins. They lead the Braves 2-1 in the National League Championship Series. Steven, what's going on with the water down in Florida? I thought the fish liked that kind of stuff.
Well, you know, it must be the cold and flu season. We got everybody throwing up. We got Marquise Grissom. We got Kevin Brown. This will check it out. We'll find out what kind of manager that Leland is. We've always been talking about how great he is. He has to shift his staff around. He loses Fernandez. But you know what? This could be a blessing in disguise. If Brown goes in Game 5, at the very worst, they come into that game 2-2 tied up. He can give them a lift.
If there is a blow for the fish, they may not have Brown for Game 7. But again, the way the Atlanta Braves are fielding the baseball right now in that series, it may not come down to a Game 7. Again, the Marlins lead the defending National League champions 2-1 with Game 4 today. Today's starters in Cleveland, well, a couple of Bulldogs, no pun intended. Orel Hershiser takes the mound for the Indians. He is their ultimate big game pitcher. For the Birds, it's Mike Mussina, a guy, Steve, that's really started to shed the label of not being a big game pitcher.
Well, this guy has been huge for this staff. He is the ace of this staff. And when he comes in to pitch, he's only 1-2 lifetime here, but the one start he got here this year, he did win. There he comes with the good old-fashioned fastball right there. But he's up against Orel Hershiser, probably one of the biggest big game pitchers ever. 8-1 lifetime in the postseason. And here's a guy, Orel Hershiser, who gets it. He understands how to pitch, he understands how to motivate himself and his players, and he channels his aggressions to when he gets on the mound, because when he's off the field, he's like Clark Kent.
Yeah, he looks like a librarian, no question. In fact, Orel Hershiser 3-0 in ERA of 1.27 in 4 postseason starts here at Jacobs Field. The Indians are a little bit banged up. We've told you about Grissom. David Justice injured himself in Game 2. He is, however, in the lineup today.
Well, they can't afford to be without David Justice. He has a bruised rotator cuff. He did it on this play right here, trying to avoid a tag at second base. But David Justice is a guy who cannot afford to sit out of the lineup. He's a big guy in the middle of that lineup. He's going to swing the bat, and it's his left shoulder. His right shoulder will pull the bat through the zone, hitting left-handed.
Yeah, Mike Hargrove telling us Justice had a cortisone shot in the joint yesterday. Finally starting to get some range of motion. He's not 100%, but is in the lineup today. Big play in Game 2 you thought was the 6th inning. Orioles had the bases loaded, 2 outs. Mike Bordick hits a single to right, an error on the play by Manny Ramirez. The Orioles don't score again.
Well, the Orioles took a lot of heat right here for not sending Hoyles on this particular play, but I will defend Sam Palazzo, the third base coach. Here everybody's telling him to stand up at the plate. Palazzo on the left of the screen holds up Hoyles. You got to remember that Hoyles is the slowest guy on this ball club, and when you run first all the way to home, that piano jumps on your back when you hit third base. Now Ramirez, after the ball got past him, should have thrown to home. That's where the play was. Palazzo figured that would happen. Instead, Ramirez goes to second. Bad play by him. It turned out being a good play for him because Hoyles got held up at third, and that was the right play to make.
So the series, Steve, tied at a game apiece. And by the way, don't adjust your televisions. It is a day game, the first of this series. How will the Sun field come into play today?
Well, being a 4 o'clock start, the shadows will move past the infield. That'll be fine for everybody except the right fielder and the hitters. At a 4 o'clock start, you figure the sun will be out, you'll still be playing. It's almost going to be like a night game at home plate when you go up there to hit, except for the fact that the lights will be on. Those shadows can creep in there, makes it awfully difficult as a hitter.
Would have been kind of interesting to see Geronimo Baroa in right field today with Manny Ramirez playing there for the Indians. By the way, if you wonder if the Orioles will be rattled on the road, they had the best road record in all of baseball. It's time for Game 3. Time to send it across to Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, and Bob Brentley. Hello, guys.
Hey, Chip and Steve, thank you very much. Welcome to the broadcast booth. A beautiful day. A little cold here in Cleveland, but getting ready for Game 3. And guys, as we look back to Game 2, what a big swing by Marquise Grissom, a swing of the bat and a swing in this series.
It was a huge 3-run home run, and the Baltimore Orioles feeling like they did not get a break on the preceding hitter with a count 3-2 on Jim Thome. The Orioles felt like he went too far. Larry McCoy, the third base umpire, says no. He did not go around. Davey Johnson upset, but that set the scene for the slider thrown to Marquise Grissom. And speaking of breaks, the Orioles knew they didn't get the break on that slider, proving once again that if that slider doesn't have bite down and away from a right-hander, It's a very dangerous pitch.
Well, one guy that's got a lot of bite to his deliveries and has some nasty stuff on the mound is Mike Mussina. Steve Lyons talked about it a bit. No better guy for the Orioles to have on the mound today.
He's going to try to continue his postseason dominance this year, and also to shake that label that Psycho was talking about as a guy that couldn't pitch well in the big games. No decision last year in the division series against the Indians, a loss against the Yankees in the ALCS. But look what he's done this year. That one-hit shutout against the Indians, 2 outs away from a perfect game back on May 30th. The division series against Seattle, 2 times matched up against the big unit, Randy Johnson. Both times Mussina came out on top. Davey Johnson couldn't ask for a better guy to take the mound in front of what figures to be a very boisterous pro-Indian crowd tonight.
Yeah, they are packed in here for this Game 3. It finally feels like October. It's a bit chilly here in Cleveland, and we can't wait to get this one started. First pitch comes your way after this from your local Fox station.
The American League Championship Series pregame show on Fox has been brought to you by Ameritrade.
Welcome back to Jacobs Field here in Cleveland, Ohio. The shadows start to creep across the field as we get ready for Game 3. These fans have been ready for Game 3 since this ALCS started. Watching the first 2 games in Baltimore, they couldn't wait to get their Indians back home, and they are packed in here and ready to go. This series even at a game apiece. And the heroics in Game 2 by Marquise Grissom. A wonderful ovation for Grissom when he took the field during the starting lineups. And we await the Indians to take the field. They will be led there by Orel Hershiser, who is 4-0 in his career during LCS play and just nasty in the postseason when he pitches here at home. Give you a look at the Baltimore Orioles starting lineup, which Cal Ripken is obviously a part of, as he is day after day after day. Brady Anderson will lead off in center field. Roberto Alomar bats second at second, with Eric Davis hitting third in right field. Rafael Palmeiro's cleaning up at first. B.J. Surhoff in left field, with Cal Ripken hitting in the 6th spot. He is putting together a terrific postseason, bad back and all. Harold Baines is the DH, with Chris Hoyles catching. Mike Bordick is the shortstop, another one putting together a very solid postseason at the plate. A look at the Indian defense, and why not highlight Jim Thome over at first base, his first year there. He's made a couple of sparkling plays defensively in this postseason, maybe as big a play as we've seen since the curtain came down on the regular season with that divisional game, Game 5 against the New York Yankees. Orel Hershiser getting ready to go. We asked Orel about facing this Baltimore lineup here this afternoon.
I think the consistency of their lineup and how professional they are and how they understand the game, and they are situational hitters. You know, you look at their individual statistics and they're impressive, but there's nobody off the charts like, oh my gosh, look at that guy. But as a whole, they are a consistent, solid lineup.
Interesting that Orel Hershiser would characterize the Orioles as a professional lineup, because no more a true professional is Orel Hershiser. 14-6 on the year, a 4.5 ERA, and in postseason play he is 8-1. He had 2 no decisions in the division series against the Yankees.
And what he was talking about, the situational hitters of the Baltimore Orioles, that's something that Hershiser will try to take advantage of. He knows what the Oriole hitters are going to try to do depending on the game situation, where the runners are on base, what the count is, what the score is, and he will try to exploit that professional hitting on the part of the Orioles. Hershiser needs to have control of the lower part of the strike zone. His pitches move much better if they're down. The pitches may work up later in the game, especially if he has high pitch counts. He doesn't even play catch straight. Everything he throws moves one direction or the other. And of course, his postseason history would say that he dominates at crunch time.
He's almost a right-handed left-hander. Left-handers can't throw balls straight. Neither can Orel Hershiser.
Well, we can keep throwing one number at you after another. 5th postseason start here at Jacobs Field for Hershiser. During that time, 3-0 with an ERA of 1.27. He pitched that very, very pivotal Game 4 in the division series against the Yankees, going 7 innings, allowing only a couple of runs. Brady Anderson will lead off, with Alomar and Eric Davis to follow. This is game 3 of the 1997 ALCS, and Orel Hershiser heads to work.
Got to watch the first pitch to Brady Anderson. Unlike a lot of leadoff hitters, you can't just lay it in there.
Up there swinging. One pitch, one out.
Yeah, Brady really likes to jumpstart this Orioles offense. Saw him hit a breaking ball for a home run on the first pitch of the game back in Baltimore. Hershiser throws him a pitch that he's pretty sure he can keep in the ballpark. You see that sinking action, ball inside and down. Anderson swings over the top. It's a ground ball right to Jim Thome at first.
The base is empty and one out. Brady Anderson taken care of. Here's Roberto Alomar. He takes his strength from Hershiser. The numbers for Alomar during the regular season in this postseason. He had that home run in game 1, a 2-run shot. Which made the score 3-0 at the time. That's the way it ended. That's foul and strike 2. We remind you this broadcast is also available in Spanish by utilizing the SAP button on your television.
You may remember Orel Hershiser against the New York Yankees with the count 0-2 and 1-2. He would try to tail that fastball, start it inside, tail it back over the inside corner. We'll see if he does that against Alomar.
He had real good success doing that with Bernie Williams in particular in the middle of that Yankees lineup.
And a little game going on here between Roberto Alomar and Hershiser. Just as Hershiser was going to bring it in, Alomar stepped out. As Alomar got back in, Hershiser stepped off, and now he does it again.
Somebody ought to throw a flag here, delay a game.
15 yards. Well, that's 5 yards. Sorry. It's only off 10 yards. It's all right.
Alomar with one out, nobody on. Set up at 0-2. 1-2. Breaking ball, and Alomar got a piece of it. The home plate umpire fitting to talk about this with Alomar at the plate, John Hirschbeck. These two had a run in last year, but have made up since. Durwood Merrill at first with Larry McCoy at second. Mike Riley, the life of Riley, over at third with Brinkman down the left field line and Jim Joyce down the right field line. One out, nobody on. The 1-2 to Alomar. Into center, easy for Grissom. 2 up, 2 down.
After getting ahead, Hershiser finishes off Alomar with a breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. That's not a hanger. That pitch was by design. Sandy Alomar's sitting away, and the little slop drop away hit to center field. That backdoor slider.
Here is Eric Davis, as Chip and Steve talked about in the pregame show. Wonderfully inspirational story that Eric Davis brings to the table every time he steps to the plate. And ironically enough, it was a game here on May 24th when he had to leave the lineup with stomach pain, and later was diagnosed with colon cancer. Took chemotherapy after game 2, and here he is in game 3, and in his first at bat set up at 0-2.
Well, you know Eric Davis would like to play every game of this series if possible, but Davey Johnson is really looking for the good matchups for Eric Davis. Hershiser with the sinker ball doesn't throw as hard as he used to. Eric Davis, a good low ball hitter that doesn't get around on the fastball as well as he used to. This is a great matchup Davey feels for Eric tonight to be in there. Tomorrow night against Jarrett Wright may be a different story. Wright with a good high riding fastball might choose to sit Eric Davis tomorrow.
Orel Hershiser looking for a perfect start to game 3. 1-2. Palmeiro would follow. He waits on deck. No doubt about it, folks. We're back in Cleveland. Mike Mussina heads to work in the bottom of the first inning with no score. And a look at the Cleveland lineup. They lead it off as they have throughout the postseason with Bip Roberts at second. Omar Vizquel batting second and short with Manny Ramirez, who homered in Game 2, batting third. Jim Thome's cleaning up with David Justice, bad shoulder and all, at the DH spot. Matt Williams at third. Sandy Alomar catching. Brian Giles in left. And Game 2 hero Marquise Grissom rounding out the order, batting ninth in center field. A look at the Oriole defense. It has been so good in the postseason. And on that left side of the infield, 0 errors in 44 total chances this postseason between Bordick and Ripken. And on the mound is Mr. Division Series on the mound for the Orioles, Mike Mussina.
Well, the thing you don't realize about Mike Mussina, he leads all active pitchers in winning percentage. Coming into the postseason at 105 victories against 49 losses. That's third all-time best winning percentage, behind a couple of former Yankees, Spud Chandler and Whitey Ford. This guy just gets it done year in, year out.
Bip Roberts first up. Only one hit in this ALCS, and strike one. Vizquel and Manny Ramirez will follow here in the bottom of the first inning. Quickly an 0-2 count from Mussina. As has already been talked about, he hooked up twice with Randy Johnson, the Mariners, and beat Seattle, including the clincher in that divisional round. Over the outside corner, one away. And a good start for Mussina and the Orioles here in the bottom of the first.
Wow, good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Bip Roberts, says Mike Mussina. All fastballs to Roberts, and he has a good one. 218 strikeouts on the year. His best pitch, however, is a knuckle curve that he throws with his fingertips. And you talk about experience in throwing that pitch. He's thrown it since he was 8 years old. I'd say he's familiar with it.
And with one out, nobody on, here's Vizquel. And a strike, nothing but strikes so far from Mussina.
That was that knuckle curveball that went from the letters to the mid-thighs.
Vizquel looking to slap bunt that ball. Got to slap it towards the shortstop slowly and leg it out almost like an infield hit.
Say Omar was a little off stride there. Strike two. How about this swing?
How about this pitch? You'll take funny swings like this on pitches like that. Man, that ball breaks such a long distance. You can see as it came across the frame there, the angle that ball was going down as it came through the hitting area.
First one out of the zone and a 1-2 count on Vizquel. Ramirez will follow here in the first inning. Orioles went in order in the top half. Vizquel strikes out. Back-to-back strikeouts. The put out 2-3, and in a blink, 2 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the first.
All knuckle curveballs. And check the brakes on these pitches. There. Downer. 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 Nasty.
And the one that was in the dirt, the 0-2 pitch, was in the dirt because he wanted to throw it there. Started off in the strike zone, break it down on home plate, and hope to get a swinging strike.
Now Manny Ramirez with 2 out, nobody on. I think Vizquel had good things to say about Mussina when he got back to the dugout bench.
He needed a shovel to hit that last pitch.
Ball 1 to Manny Ramirez. One ball, one strike on Manny, who is 1 for 7 in this series. and just 4 out of 28 in the postseason.
Like a straight changeup, didn't it, Bob?
I think he got away with one too, up high in the zone, but he sold it with the good arm action.
In the dirt, 2-1.
And the shadows will be a factor as the game progresses. Right now, the pitcher and the batter both standing in the shade, but as you can see, the background that the hitters are looking into, very bright out there in center field, and particularly the right fielder is going to have a fun time on fly balls until that sun goes down.
2 out, nobody on, and Ramirez a 2-2 count.
Right field and center field. Those are the sun areas and the problem areas right now, and should remain that way for about 2 innings.
Mussina trying to strike out the side here in the first inning. Ramirez fought it off. Manny Ramirez, we talked about him coming into game 2 with that matchup against Jimmy Key. 1 on, 1 out, first inning, and this blast into center field to put the Indians out in front 2-0 in the first. A game Cleveland would eventually win 5-4 on that 8th inning 3-run home run with 2 out by Grissom. Two pitch. Pitch didn't miss by much, but Hoyles almost missed it altogether. 3-2.
I think that ball sailed on him. A lot of times it's almost like a cut fastball. A lot of times when a pitch moves like that, watch Hoyles with the mid up, ball sails past the webbing.
Might have been trying to frame that pitch a little bit and almost paid a price. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on, and Mussina struck out the side. What a strong start for the Oriole right-hander, and after 1 in game 3, no score. It's a beautiful day to fly a blimp in Ohio. Overhead, providing our aerial view of Jacobs Field, the Goodyear Blimp Spirit of Akron. Spirit is based near Akron, Ohio, the corporate headquarters for Goodyear, and a mere 40 miles to the south of Cleveland, where just some of the sports action is going on here on a Saturday. Jarrett Wright will work in tomorrow night's game.
And he started his year in Akron this year with 8 starts.
Double-A to game 5 of the division series against the Yankees. And a victory, went 2-0 in that series. This is Palmeiro, 1 ball, 1 strike. Still looking for his first home run of the postseason. His first RBI. That's strike 2.
It looked like it hit Sandy Alomar in the crease. Those shin guards are creased, obviously, because of the. Yep, hit both of them. From the right crease to the left crease.
2 cushion bank shot right there.
Yeah. Wow. A lot of people think those don't hurt, but the leather is in between those creases, and on foul balls, you get it in the leather and not the plastic, and that's what appears to have gotten Sandy.
Palmeiro picked up the split.
7-10.
7-10 split. A ball and 2 strikes on Rafael leading off. 1 away.
Get a look at how Hershiser goes after Rafael Palmeiro. A little sinking fastball down low and away. Another sinking fastball. Hangs something up over the middle of the plate. Not sure what that was, and then got him on a curveball. A lot of times with Hershiser, it's tough to identify his pitches, especially with nobody on base, because he'll put a little on, take a little off, drop down sometimes, make the ball move a little more. It's not always easy for even the hitters to go back to the bench and say they know exactly what every pitch was.
B.J. Surhoff now the number 5 hitter. 2 hits in this ALCS. 2 balls, no strikes here facing Hershiser.
Well, Surhoff has a reputation of being a good first ball hitter. Swung at the first pitch, 3 at bats last night. Hershiser anticipating that kind of aggressiveness, and Surhoff lays off.
2-1.
Everything is magnified in the postseason. We always talk about making adjustments during the course of the regular season. But when you're down to a 7-game, or in this case now it's a 5-game series tied 1 apiece, you have to make adjustments from at bat to at bat rather than day to day or week to week.
So you better be well adjusted to play in the ALCS.
2 balls and a strike. Surhoff up on the count. Now 2-2. And the early indication on Hershiser is keeping the ball down. Good early signs for Orel Hershiser.
Yeah, he's not going to get you out upstairs. Jarrett Wright can do that tomorrow night. Mike Mussina can do that today. Not Hershiser.
That's 3 in a row.
Like a changeup that time from Hershiser, and you could see B.J. Surhoff asking home plate umpire John Hirschbeck, did you call it on the swing or the pitch? Hirschbeck informed him that yes, indeed, I called it on the swing. Look at that rotation, that ball sinking down and away from Surhoff and just can't hold up.
Hershiser struck out Eric Davis to end the first. Now Palmeiro and Surhoff to start the second. Here's Ripken. And another strike over the inside corner. The Indians have been working Ripken inside the first 2 games of this series. That's strike 2, and Hershiser could strike out the side here in the second. In game 2, this swing by Ripken, his first postseason home run. And it tied the game at 2. In the second.
That was when Charles Nagy was working him inside, but he got it down. You cannot pitch him down and in. That's his home run ball.
Hershiser looking for strikeout number 4 or just out number 3 here in the second.
We were kidding about it earlier in the year. That pitch down and in, a pitch that left-handers handle very well, a pitch that right-handers handle very well. You just drop the bat head on it. This pitch, a slider, low and away. If guys couldn't hit that pitch down and in, they'd make golf tees higher.
Still 1-2 on Ripken. Heck of a block by Alomar, who's been doing that since October rolled around.
Hershiser hangs on to this pitch just a little bit too long. Went out there with the slider on the pitch before. This one is clear over in the left-handed batter's box, and Alomar just gets the glove in front, knocks it down.
Got the side. A crisp October afternoon here at Jacobs Field in Cleveland. We've played an inning and a half and seen 7 strikeouts. Mussina struck out the side in the first inning and deals with Thome, Justice, and Williams here in the second. Inside corner, strike 1.
You can see that very unusual timing device of Jim Thome. He points the bat to the pitcher until the pitcher is ready to start his windup, and then he gets in to hitting position.
Two and one.
He's not calling his shot.
No, that's not Charlie Root on the mound and Babe Ruth hitting. 40 home runs this year, though. Ruthian.
Missing the inside corner. 3 balls and a strike.
If Mussina gives in to Tomey here with a fastball. Jim, a notorious fastball hitter.
The changeup and strike 2, full count.
That's a great pitch to throw. A fastball hitter in a fastball count is something that looks straight, looks like a fastball, but about 10 miles an hour off of his fastball. See the downward movement of that pitch, the wobbly rotation, and Tomey way out in front.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Nice to see John Smiley walking around here before the game, but just breaks your heart to see John Smiley and what he now has to wear because of that broken arm he suffered in September warming up in the bullpen for the Indians.
He was only a couple pitches away from being ready to start the ball game. Through one more breaking ball, he was going to finish up with 2 fastballs, and on that breaking ball, snapped the bone in his arm.
First base runner of the afternoon for the Indians on a leadoff walk.
Mike Mussina in the first inning. Vic Roberts, fastball away. Omar Vizquel, knuckle curve in the dirt, and it looked like a cut fastball to Manny Ramirez. So 3 different pitches to record his 3 strikeouts.
In walks David Justice. 1 on, nobody out here in the second with no score. Justice jammed his left shoulder. Diving back into the bag in that long first inning in game 2. A deep contusion, the rotator cuff in the shoulder, but good enough to play here in game 3. Strike 1. On a pickoff play back at second. Jimmy Key throwing to Alomar, and that's where Justice jammed that shoulder, getting back in safely to the bag.
And Dave Justice went to Mike Hargrove in the 8th inning and said, "I can't help you." There's too much pain in that shoulder. Didn't think he was going to be able to swing the bat and be effective. Jeff Branson came on to pinch hit for David Justice in the 8th.
Mike Mussina throwing to first base before he took his bow. He has a very unusual way of getting set from the stretch. At deep bow, and Bob, you were saying Pedro Estacio, the Colorado Rockies, has that same thing. I think that's a good comparison.
Well hit to left field. Into the corner, but foul for a strike. 0-2.
David Justice goes the other way. Tries to snake it down that left field line. There's a very strong breeze blowing in from right center across Jacobs Field here, and probably helped push that ball foul. It appeared it had a chance when it came off his bat, but the ball kept tailing, and ends up short of what could have been a home run down the left field line, and foul.
Now 0-2. One away as Justice strikes out, and that's 4 strikeouts for Mussina.
More strikeouts and a walk. Mussina doesn't need any defense behind him so far in this ball game.
Call in the outfielders.
Justice chases a fastball up and out over the plate. Is not able to catch up.
Here's Matt Williams. 2 out of 8 in this ALCS in the postseason, 6 out of 25. One on, one out. No score. Second inning of game 3.
Matt Williams, similar to Cal Ripken Jr. in the fact he likes that ball down and in, down and over the plate. Good fastball hitter from the middle of the plate in.
Now the difference is I think Williams has more power the other way than Cal Ripken does.
Inside off the plate, 1-0.
I asked Matt Williams before the ball game about Mike Mussina. What do you look for? How, you know, they saw him a couple times this year. Matty said the first time they saw him, he was basically just throwing cut fastballs and that knuckle curve. Very few change-ups, very few straight fastballs. But the second time around was the near perfect game, and he said, in his words, he had it all going on that day.
Mussina trying to get around a leadoff walk, which he handed to Tomey here in the second. Struck out David Justice. Keeps an eye on Tomey as Palmeiro has to fight that sun with every throw he gets from Mussina.
Yeah, that might make the pitchers reluctant to throw to first base until the sun goes past the first baseman.
Two and one from Mussina on Matt Williams.
That was that cutter darting away from Matt Williams. You think the fastball is going to stay on an even plane. At the last minute, ducks away from it.
Up and out of the strike zone, but Williams went after it, 2-2.
Well, good fastball hitters will chase fastballs out of the zone on occasion. Their eyes light up. They see that rotation. They realize it's a fastball. And against a guy like Mike Mussina, you want to jump on every fastball you think you can hit, because once you get to 2 strikes, you're going to see Uncle Charlie. The big old curve.
With good knuckles. 1 on, 1 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. To the shortstop, Bordick. Out at second. Wild throw into the dugout. And the second error of this ALCS for Roberto Alomar. And down to second will go Williams with 2 out.
Credit Jim Tomey with a very hard slide into Roberto Alomar. Second error on Alomar on a play like this. Look at the slide by Tomey, pushing that ball into the dugout. Could be a big play for the Indians.
Yet even with that slide, rare is it to see Alomar do that, much less twice in a matter of 3 games.
Well, the first time he threw the ball away, I felt that he was trying to low bridge a runner who wasn't even really close to him, an unnecessary throw. This time it just appeared he didn't have a good handle on the ball.
Now runner in scoring position because of the error. 2 out and ball 1 to Sandy Alomar. Alomar hitless in this ALCS. Two and 0 and a visit from Chris Hoyles.
In that game on May 30th, Mike Mussina retired the first 25 Indians to face him. And in the 9th, with 1 out, Sandy Alomar was the Indian that got the hit, and then Mussina had the 2 straight strikeouts for his second career 1-hitter.
Here's the effort by Mike Mussina on May 30th, and there's the hit down the left field line by Alomar to break up the perfect game. And as Tim mentioned, it turned into the second career 1-hitter for Mussina. And here's Alomar again with Williams at second, 2 out, no score in the second. Out in front, 2-1. To his left, gets a high hop and takes care of Alomar to end the inning, and Mussina gets around a leadoff walk and an error. Back for the third inning after this from your local Fox station. No score into the third inning. You see the shadows creeping across Jacobs Field. Moments ago, Davey Nelson, the first base coach for Cleveland, talked it over with Tomey about that situation at first.
Boy, it is tough to see, isn't it?
That's what I told him. You got to pick one pitch and you got to stick with it.
Well, by the him, I assume that Jim Tomey was referring to Matt Williams, the hitter that followed him in the order. Or rather, David Justice, perhaps, the hitter that followed him in the order. You got to pick one pitch and stay with it. Normally, a hitter will try to identify a pitch out of the pitcher's hand and make a very quick adjustment depending on what that pitch is. But because the visibility was poor, the shadows and the sunlight, you have to pick one pitch and look for it the entire at bat.
Harold Baines leads off and has a 1-1 count from Orel Hershiser.
A lot of guys will do that up to 2 strikes, even when they're seeing well, as we see how well Harold Baines goes to left field with power, we might add.
And up on the count here, 2 balls and a strike. You can see him shaking his head, I'm sure having a tough time picking up those pitches from that hitter's background out in the sun field in center. Baines leading off, 3-1.
When Orel Hershiser was warming up this inning, I noticed he looked like he was having a difficult time with his release point. He was releasing one high and outside to a left-handed batter and then one down and into a left-handed batter. And I don't know this for sure, but he looked upset and confused at his release point. And here he runs the count to 3-1 to Harold Baines.
Three balls and a strike on Harold Baines leading off in the third. And a leadoff walk. First walk issued by Hershiser and the Orioles' first base runner of the day. Now Chris Hoyles with 1 on, nobody out. The number 9 hitter Bordick on deck.
It's never a good idea to walk a leadoff hitter in any inning, but Harold Baines at first base and Chris Hoyles, the batter. This is a double play combination made in heaven. 2 of the slowest runners on the Orioles roster.
Showing bunt and taking a strike is Hoyles.
Davey Johnson is not the type of manager who likes to sacrifice. Possibly he is thinking here with Mike Mussina on today, maybe get an early run.
If he were a manager that liked to sacrifice, we would have seen it in game 2.
Right.
With the Orioles down by a run, getting their leadoff man on in the 8th and 9th innings and never even showing any signs of a sacrifice to get the tying run into scoring position.
That may have just been a ploy by Chris Hoyles. Show a little bunt on the first pitch, try to draw Matt Williams in at third base, maybe open some holes in the infield, because he did not show bunt on the second pitch.
Ball came up and clipped his bat for strike 2.
You know, because the Orioles did not choose to advance runners with the sacrifice in last night's ball game, or rather 2 nights ago, I checked the stats, and the Orioles, surprisingly enough, were 5th in the American League in sacrifice bunts on the season, which really surprised me because Davey Johnson does not like to use that, especially with the high-powered offense at Camden Yards.
Sometimes a manager will operate his offense like he operated his own hitting. Davey Johnson didn't like the bunt when he was playing flash to him, so he didn't flash it to his hitters.
1-2 on Hoyles, now 2-2. Bordick next, and then Brady Anderson, who's anxious and was already on the on-deck circle. One away.
There's the fake bunt we saw from Hoyles to start the sequence. Hershiser misses down low and away, jams him up and in. Tries to throw a sinker on the back door and misses, and then that ball tailed all the way from one side of the plate to the other. Not really a sinking fastball, a tailing fastball.
Usually a pitcher will not get that called a strike because the catcher has to pass from the outside part of the plate to the inside part of the plate. There's too much movement with the catcher's mitt to have that usually called a strike.
Well, that reinforces what we talked about Hershiser at the top of the show, inventing pitches out there on the mound as the game goes along.
1 on, 1 out now for Mike Bordick, who's the Orioles' #1 RBI man this postseason. You're looking at him, number 9 hitter Mike Bordick. Two-out, 2-run hit in Game 2 with the bases loaded. Made it a 4-2 Oriole lead. 6 RBIs in this postseason. A little low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, if preparation and hard work is all it took to be an all-star, Mike Bordick would start in the all-star game every year. The first Baltimore Oriole to the ballpark every day, studies films, hits in the cage, takes extra ground balls. Nobody will out-prepare him.
A favorite of manager Tony La Russa's when they were both in Oakland. Hershiser struck out 5, his season high 7 in 1997. His career high 14 back in 1987. Strike 2. The 1997 postseason for Hershiser, the 2 division series starts. Already struck out more here in Game 3 of this series than the first 2 starts in the postseason combined. Crowd wants to see number 6. Almost got it. 2-2.
There was a budge with that right arm from home plate umpire John Hirschbeck. Watch the right arm, right shoulder.
One on, 1 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Bordick.
Good play by Sandy Alomar, and think how difficult that position is to play when you're 6'5". You have to give a low target, tough on the back, and blocking balls like that a lot tougher for a guy who's 5'11" or 6 feet tall. That is a position made for a guy from like 5'9" to 6 feet tall, not for a guy 6'5".
See if the Orioles start the runner. There goes Baines. And the count stays 3-2 on Bordick.
much more conducive to those guys with the squatty bodies.
Right, you got it. Fire plugs.
We're talking about Hershiser and the strikeouts. Unless he's got outstanding control on a given day, he's not really the kind of pitcher that will get a lot of strikeouts during the course of the game. He doesn't have the overpowering fastball, doesn't really have a snapping breaking ball, but if he's able to spot his pitches well during the course of the game, he will get some called strikes, get some chases on sliders low and away, but he really has to have good control to rack up a high strikeout total.
Could get the strike him out, throw him out double play if he gets another here. Strike him out, throw him out. And the inning-ending double play to end the top of the third. Hershiser 6 strikeouts, and they love it here at Jacobs Field.
Now, the reason the manager starts a runner 3-2-1 out is to stay out of the double play, but Orel Hershiser makes an absolutely perfect pitch. Harold Baines has no chance. He's not even going to be close to stealing a base. The manager puts the onus on the hitter at home plate. If the ball's in the strike zone, he's got enough confidence that his batter will put the ball in play somewhere and stay out of the double play. But Hershiser makes a perfect pitch. Strike him out, throw him out.
And now Giles will start it off with Grissom and Bip Roberts to follow. No score, bottom of the third. Mussina struck out 4 in the 2 innings and is behind in the count 2-0.
You know, in a bizarre twist on that strike him out, throw him out, Mike Bordick thought that he had walked. He thought the pitch was outside. He went to first base. Had Alomar thrown that ball away, a case could be made that Bordick interfered with Alomar. I don't know how strong a case could be made. But Bordick going to first base thinking that he had walked. The pitch caught the outside corner and Alomar threw him out.
3-0 the count on Giles leading off.
Here it is right here. The pitch on the outside corner. Now watch Bordick. He thought it was outside. Perhaps trying to persuade home plate umpire John Hirschbeck that it was outside. Didn't bother Alomar. But he made a fine throw.
That's what it pays to be tall.
Yeah, right. Just throw it over him.
As opposed to the 2 squatty bodies to my right up here in the booth. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Giles after running the count 3-0.
We would hope you wouldn't include us in that category, but evidently you already had.
Oh. Words of Bob Brennan. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Over the outside corner, 1 away. And that's 5 strikeouts for Mussina. We will give you now our Aflac trivia question. Cal Ripken has not been to the World Series since 1983. 14-year delay. Hoping to get back there in 1997. Who has the longest gap between World Series appearances?
Going to give any hints since we know the answer?
He has done a game with me on Fox before. It's not Bill Moss, my football partner. 1 out, nobody on here in the 3rd inning. Grissom, the hero from game 2. 0-2 in a blink from Mussina.
Hands up, Dick, come on. Hands up.
Quick and easy for Mussina, and strikeout number 6.
When a major league pitcher is on top of his game like Mike Mussina is, not only tonight but throughout the postseason, you really feel helpless as a hitter. He goes to spots so well, changes speed so well, has so much confidence in all his pitches. You almost get the feeling he could throw any pitch he wanted at any time in any location.
2 out, nobody on for Roberts, and that's down the left field line. Headed out of play for strike 1. Our Aflac trivia question: Cal Ripken has not been to the World Series since 1983. Who has the longest gap between World Series appearances? Our Aflac Trivia answer is Jim Cott. Waited 17 years before returning to World Series play. Did it in 1982 with Whitey Herzog's St. Louis Cardinals. And in that series win over the Milwaukee Brewers.
Guarantee you, Kitty's watching this game after playing at least 27 holes today in Florida.
2 out, nobody on, 1 ball, 1 strike on Bip Roberts. And out of play. We remind you this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without expressed written consent. Mussina now looks for strikeout number 7. He found it over the outside corner, and that will take care of the first 3 innings in game 3. Series tied at 1 apiece. Top of the order coming up for the Orioles. Welcome back to Cleveland, Ohio. Great shot inside Jacobs Field. No score after 3 innings. Room service for you.
How come that guy never makes it all the way down to the booth here?
That's a good question.
Let's look into that. There ought to be an investigation.
Brady Anderson leads it off, top of the lineup, and a line drive base hit into left center field. Brady Anderson has the Orioles' first hit here in game 3. So the leadoff man is on for Baltimore, and we will give you a Miller Lite game break. Hey, some of you longtime Indian fans woke up this morning feeling a little different for some reason. 49 years ago today, Tommy Holmes flies out to end the game. Cleveland wins the ball game 4-3 in the series, 4-2 over the Boston Braves. That was 49 years ago today on October 11th in 1948. Last time the Indians were victorious in World Series play.
I think Lou Boudreau, the 24-year-old playing manager of the Indians that year. 13 strikeouts. It is a bad day not to be able to see if you're a batter. It obviously had something to do with the 13 strikeouts through 3 innings.
That's a bad combination. Tough visibility and 2 pitchers that are working you over out there on the mound. Wow. That's very similar to what the batter sees, a bright background, the pitcher standing in the shadows.
And the double play ball to second. Roberts starts it. There's Kell in the middle. 2 out.
Fine backhanded flip by Bip Roberts. And the thing about Omar Vizquel at shortstop, you don't know whether he's going to leap or use the bag for protection. He dropped down, and so did Brady Anderson. Watch Vizquel drop down to get Anderson down.
Well, that backhanded flip by Bip Roberts is a very scary thing, as you see Brady Anderson coming in trying to disrupt that relay throw to first. Most infield instructors will tell you to turn your body a little bit, give the good solid underhanded toss, but we've seen Bip Roberts do that repeatedly throughout the postseason, and so far hasn't thrown one away.
It's almost a shovel pass from Staubach to one of his wide receivers. Drew Pearson. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, I was trying to think of Drew Pearson. Or anybody, to tell you the truth.
Skied into right field. Manny Ramirez frozen for a moment. Tries to find it. Does. Inning over. A leadoff hit for Brady Anderson. The double play ball followed. And after 3.5, all pitching so far, no score. Bottom of the 4th inning here in Cleveland. Indians bat. There's a view of the outside of the Goodyear blimp. Ever wondered what the inside of a Goodyear blimp looks like? You can visit Goodyear's website at www.goodyear.com. That many more questions are answered In case you're on the internet right now, they're fighting the wind here in Cleveland. Vizquel leads it off, took a ball. Now strike one.
You see Vizquel wearing those yellow tinted glasses. Well, he was wearing them. Very high contrast, tough visibility here, trying to gain any advantage they can. Bip Roberts had similar glasses on last inning, but Omar says they don't work on knuckle curves.
1 ball, 1 strike. Strike 2.
He's checking out the different colored lenses, trying to find which one would give him the best contrast, looking into that bright background and the pitcher standing in the shade.
Be a good day for amber vision or a pair of blue blockers. Ball and 2 strikes. The discarded glasses formerly worn by Vizquel. Still 1 and 2 on Omar. Manny Ramirez will follow, and then Jim Thome here in the 4th with no score. 2-2.
Looking at the box score, it would appear that the Indians may have blinders on rather than high visibility sunglasses.
Mussina struck out 7, now 8. 94 miles per hour from Mike Mussina. 8 strikeouts through 3 1/3 innings.
I think the at bat by Vizquel is an indication of how Mussina changes the vision, since we're talking about vision, of the hitter. That knuckle curve is down. You have to look down to hit it. And then the high fastball. You have to go from the letters to the knees in search of something hittable in that strike zone. Very difficult to do.
Manny Ramirez, strikeout victim his first time as Mussina struck out the side in the 1st. Strike 1 on Manny Ramirez.
Well, this was Vizquel with the glasses on, swing and a miss. Those things don't work. Get him out of here.
And great camera work to follow. Those shades headed back toward the dugout.
He struck out twice. He ought to switch to contacts.
1 out, nobody on here in the 4th inning. And 1 and 1 on Manny Ramirez. In case you're wondering, the career high for strikeouts in a game. Mike Mussina's 14. You mentioned the same for Orel Hershiser. Mussina hit that this year on July 5th. He's done it twice. Hershiser going through life with rose-colored lenses. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. No score here in the 4th inning. Through the right side, a 1-out hit.
Maybe Manny Ramirez took Jim Thome's advice and went up looking for a fastball out over the plate. Spanks it to right.
You may remember in our Sounds of the Game, Thome talking to first base coach Davey Nelson said you just have to pick 1 pitch and sit on it. Cannot afford to wait and recognize the pitch and react to it because of the trouble seeing today.
1 on, 1 out for Jim Thome, who had that advice. Hit 40 home runs during the regular season. Low from Mussina. Only 1 RBI this postseason, and he has yet to go deep. Plenty I got great news. We got season tickets to the Indians game.
Where are they?
Well, that's the bad news, honey. They're next to the drum guy. They're in section 182. Want to know on Tomey. Ball and a strike.
Got a persistent ringing in my ears, Doc. It won't seem to go away.
Dangerous in a day game. Mussina has been. He struck out 8. He allows his first hit here in the 4th inning. It belongs to Ramirez, who's on at first with 1 out.
Mike Hargrove has said throughout this series that he was going to run against the Baltimore Orioles whenever given a chance. Manny Ramirez would probably not be the guy he would choose to start over there. Only 2 stolen bases in 5 attempts this year. Tomey's been having trouble making contact at the plate. Not a real good combination to hit and run with either.
0 away, 2-1. Strike 2 from Mussina. 2-2. Justice will follow. The numbers for Tomey against Mussina in his career. Not many hits, but 3 of the 6 home runs.
Could be an attempted pickoff at first base here.
You know, guys, you get the feeling with the way these pitchers are going, it's difficult to see, that something like an infield error by either team would be the thing that would break things open. Kind of like the first inning that the Marlins had against Greg Maddux the other day. The error by McGriff, 3-run double by Moises Alou, and they won the first game 5-3.
Chased it, struck him out, 2 gone, and that's 9 strikeouts for Mussina.
Well, if a batter is a good high fastball hitter, a good pitch to throw him is a fastball that's higher than high. Go up above the area where he can handle it. Conversely, if he's a good low ball hitter, you go lower than low. Throw the pitch in an area where they're looking for it, but just a little bit too high.
And now 1 on 2 out is David Justice, who nearly hit a home run in his first at bat with a man on. Sliced foul down the left field line, digs in. Eventually struck out. A strike, 1-1.
Go, John, you better.
When you have poor visibility at the field and a pitcher like Mike Mussina that's just dealing out there on the mound, your best hope is that he makes a mistake on a pitch that you're guessing for. That happens very rarely.
Into right center field, well hit at the track. Brady Anderson pulls it in on the move to end the 4th inning. Justice crushed it, but Mussina and the Orioles through 4 as we are in Game 3 of this ALCS. No score. Welcome back to Game 3 as you look at this drive by Justice right into the teeth of the wind.
I think the wind got him twice in the ball game today. See Brady Anderson tracking it down on the warning track. Look at Mike Mussina. Get down, ball. Get down. A little coaching from the mound there.
And it nestled into the glove of Brady Anderson in right center to end the 4th inning. Now 5th inning, no score. As Hershiser continues to deal out on the mound. Palmeiro, Surhoff, and Ripken. Palmeiro struck out his first time and has struggled in this postseason. Cleanup hitter for the Orioles has yet to drive in a run. To the right side and past Tomey. Palmeiro is on to start the 5th inning for the Orioles.
That was an in-between hop. That bounced over the glove of Jim Tomey. Into your living room, folks. Neither a short hop nor a fieldable hop, but the ball bouncing right over the glove and a base hit for Rafael Palmeiro.
And the leadoff man on for the 3rd inning in a row, but a double play ball. Ended the 4th. Alomar bounced into a 4-6-3 double play for the first 2 outs of the inning, and it was the double play back in the 3rd to strike him out, throw him out, that ended the 3rd. And now with 1 on, nobody out, here's Surhoff. No score here in the 5th. Almost got away from Alomar. 2-0.
Hershiser changing balls right here. I think he had a slick ball. A lot of times those balls get down in the pockets of the umpires. They get in the bottom of the pockets, and a ball that was rubbed up initially becomes too slick. The ball squirting out of the hand of Orel Hershiser.
On Surhoff. Now 3-0.
I was about to say in the ballgame the other night, in the 6th inning of a 2-2 tie, Palmeiro led off with a base hit. Surhoff came up, and once again, Davey Johnson elected not to bunt. They ended up scoring a couple runs in the inning, but the way this game is flying by right now, you got to figure that somewhere along the line, one of these managers is going to have to play for a run when he gets a runner on base leading off an inning.
A sacrifice from an unlikely candidate. One of the reasons that the Indians beat the New York Yankees in Game 5 of the division series. Jim Tomey, a bunt.
Another double play chance. 6-4-3.
Hershiser with that variety of pitches that move down towards the ground. Very confident in his ability to get a ground ball from the Baltimore Orioles, and does it to B.J. Surhoff. Another leadoff base runner wasted.
Double play in the 3rd, double play in the 4th, double play in the 5th. Hershiser faced the minimum as he deals with Ripken with 2 out, nobody on here in the top of the 5th. Ripken a strikeout victim his first time. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Here's a situation where I don't think Hershiser comes inside to Ripken for a strike. That ball down and in, two out, nobody on. You're going to give up a hit, give up a single to Cal, not a home run. I think he will work him away right now. If he comes in, he'll come inside bad.
One ball, two strikes now on Ripken.
Once again, Cal Ripken, a devastating low ball hitter. The hot zones, down and in, down over the plate, and of course the middle of the plate. Most big league hitters have hot zones in the middle of the plate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be big league hitters.
That should end the top of the 5th inning. Grissom has the long run in and over. Halfway through it, game 3. All pitching so far, no score. Welcome back to Jacobs Field. Halfway through game number 3. No score. Orioles have out-hit the Indians 2-1. And it will be Williams, Alomar, and Giles here in the 5th inning for Cleveland. I think there's any doubt, Bob, they thought they had something last inning on that drive by Justice into right center, but as you pointed out, the wind really knocked it down as Williams takes ball 1 low.
Well, timing is everything. You hit that same ball with no wind, it probably goes halfway up the bleachers in right center field, but very strong wind as you see that big old flag. It takes a lot of wind to move that flag out there in right center field, blowing straight in from right center.
But Mussina has been terrific, striking out 9 and allowing no runs on 1 hit. One ball, 1 strike on Williams. That bounced into a force out. Looked like a sure double play ball, but it was thrown away by Alomar, the second baseman, back in the 2nd.
That, by the way, Joe, is the only player on either side to reach second base in this ball game.
Williams did it through the error, and now as Mussina has him set up for his 10th strikeout, we'll tell you the ALCS record for strikeouts in a game is 14, done 4 other times. A ball and 2 strikes on Matt Williams, leading off in the 5th. Still 1-2.
Well, we're probably still a couple of innings away from getting rid of the sunshine altogether here at Jacobs Field. The hitters will be very glad when that sun goes down today.
Still working over the center fielder, in this case Brady Anderson. That is strikeout number 10. We talked about that drive into right center hit by Justice in the 4th inning. After the inning, he talked it over with first base coach Dave Nelson.
You know what, David, I thought your pressure would win. Just when you hit it, I said yes, yes. But then I saw Brady just kind of casually go on over there. I said, what? I know the wind just knocked it down, man. Ball was flat. You see, I thought it had enough of line that it would get through there.
Now Alomar with 1 out, nobody on. He takes a strike.
Yeah, Davey Nelson thought it was hit enough on a line to cut through the wind, but apparently not.
To the right side for Palmeiro. And the first 2 are gone here in the 5th inning for the Indians. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow it's a Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. It all starts with America's most watched pregame show. Then catch an NFC Central Division battle as the Packers clash with the Bears, followed by the Rams and the 49ers, plus other regional action. Coverage begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, here on Fox. We will follow all of that action up with Game 4 of this ALCS. 2 out, nobody on for Giles. He takes a strike. How do you like that pitching matchup for tomorrow night with Jarrett Wright on the mound for Cleveland and Scott Erickson, who was so good in Game 1 working for Baltimore?
Well, there's no doubt Erickson's been on top of his game down the stretch and into the postseason. I think one thing that Jarrett Wright has to be careful of is getting a little too pumped up. He's a very emotional guy out there on the mound. He's had a taste of the postseason now, and this Cleveland crowd may get him fired up to excess.
Still 0-2 on Giles.
My thinking on that is that if he wasn't pumped up or overly pumped up for Game 5 of the Division Series game against the New York Yankees, I think that's a pretty good training ground to face the Orioles, even though you're one tier closer to the World Series.
Off the plate and foul.
No, the only way that the 2 right-handers going tomorrow night are similar, and that is that they're both right-handed. I mean, you talk about 2 pitchers that are totally different. Scott Erickson with a sinker, one of the best sinkers in the game, and one of the best young high-riding fastballs in Jarrett Wright.
Mussina is looking for strikeout number 11. 1-2. That's 11 strikeouts for Mussina through 5. Hershiser back to work. 6th inning of Game 3. No score. 6th inning already. Orioles and Indians, no score in Game 3. The series tied at 1 game apiece, and Harold Baines first up with Hoyles and Bordick to follow against Orel Hershiser.
Second time through the lineup. Bob mentioned earlier, Hershiser very unpredictable. Harold Baines is thinking to go to left field right now, you'd have to think, because Hershiser hasn't been coming inside on left-handed batters today like he did against the Yankees the other night. Baines, a very, very established left field hitter.
There's one down and in, 2-0.
As we mentioned the other night, Baines is the kind of left-handed hitter that will set a pitcher up to pitch him away. He stands so far off the plate, he baits you into thinking you can paint that outside corner on him, and about the time you do that, he rifles a line drive into left field.
On Baines leading off in the 6th. We did it earlier, but it's worth showing again. More hits to the opposite field for Baines than pulled into right. A strike. It's 3-1.
Things change a little bit now because it's 3-1. He has the luxury perhaps of looking inside, trying to jerk one. But then if it goes to 3-2, he'll go back into his strong mode once again. That's back through the middle and the left field.
First time up, Hershiser walked Baines. That was in the 3rd, leading off. Into center, back up the middle, a leadoff hit. And for the Orioles, their 3rd hit of the afternoon.
See, that was a nasty pitch to Harold Baines. And to reinforce your point, Bob, standing far away from the plate, the ball on the outside corner, you try to pull that ball, you hit it to second base. Baines taking what Hershiser gave him.
You see that diving action out towards home plate, takes that pitch off the outside corner, goes right back up the middle with it.
Hard to believe in a scoreless game. That's now the 4th straight inning that the Orioles have put their leadoff man on base. Ball 1 to Hoyles. The only Orioles to get down to second base have been down there in part of a double play.
Three and 1 count on Baines, 2-0 count on Hoyles. The Orioles are not going for the pitches that they went for the first time through the order. They're taking those balls just down.
It's 2-0 on Hoyles. Now 2-1.
Once again, no indication whatsoever from the Orioles that they're willing to give up an out to advance a runner into scoring position here. We mentioned earlier Bordick leading the Orioles in RBIs in the postseason. He's been a very hot hitter for them. Orioles, as you saw on the graphic, batting under 100. Would have thought that perhaps this would be a situation to give up an out to advance Baines to second base and give Bordick and then the top of the order for the Orioles a chance to drive home the first run of the ball game.
And if they walk Brady Anderson, Roberto Alomar's there.
It's 3-1 now. Hershiser dealing with Hoyles. That's behind home plate for Alomar. He's hoping it'll stay in play. It doesn't. Full count.
One would think a running situation here. The speed of the runner on first base on a 3-2 count or a hit and run count is insignificant. It's up to the hitter to choose a strike and make contact, preferably on the ground. But I would think that Baines would be off here.
They've already been burned once doing that. They did that earlier back in the 3rd with Bordick. He struck out looking.
David Johnson talking to Rick Down, the hitting instructor.
Not moving, and the ground ball to 3rd. So now they don't start the runner, and it's a 5-4-3 double play.
See, you can't go away from what's right. It is right to run a guy at first base on a 3-2 count with a ground ball pitcher. Just because a guy was thrown out on a strike him out, throw him out, you don't go away from what's right. Another double play by the Indians.
Well, you may have noticed Hershiser really look at him. He's fired up. It really took a lot of time during the course of that at bat to Chris Hoyles. I think he learned that in his days with Ron Peranowski, the pitching coach for the Dodgers during Orel's heyday. Learn how to take the momentum of the game away from the offense. Slow the game down. Take charge. Throw the pitch when you're ready.
Now the ground ball to Williams at 3rd. Again, the Orioles put their leadoff man on, only to watch a double play ball follow. After 5.5 in Game 3, still no score. Still no score into the bottom of the 6th inning. We remind you to tune into Game 4 tomorrow night of the American League Championship Series for the $1 million Gillette Strike Zone Challenge, where one fan will have the opportunity to throw a strike for $1 million. Bottom of the 6th inning with Grissom, Roberts, Vizquel coming up for the Indians, facing Mussina, who struck out 11. Grissom.
Mussina with a fastball away to Grissom. Generally speaking, if a pitcher sees a hitter in an open stance, he doesn't try to jam him. He keeps the ball away from him. Another one away. The reason for that is a hitter with an open stance is open to handle the pitch inside. Generally speaking, closing on contact or lack thereof. But 2 fastballs away from Marquise Grissom. Another one.
And another strikeout, 95 miles per hour from Mussina. That's number 12. 2 away from tying the ALCS record of 14 strikeouts in a game.
See the open stance with Marquise Grissom. Mussina misses with the first fastball, and then 3 in a row. Going up the ladder. Marquise down on the high rider.
And you may have noticed Chris Hoyles, after giving the sign for that last fastball away, took a peek down to the first base coach, Davey Nelson, before he slid out into his position, just to make sure they weren't relaying location to the hitters in any way.
It's Bip Roberts who struck out twice. Mike Mussina talking during the off-day workout about that label on him, that he can't pitch well or perform in big-time games. And I've won a lot of games over the years. I can't believe that none of them were big games. 2-0 in the division series, hooking up with Randy Johnson, and absolutely untouchable here in Game 3 of the LCS.
It's an absurd theory to hang any kind of label on anybody after 2 games in one postseason.
A ball and 2 strikes on Roberts, and now he's gone. Strikeout number 13 from Mike Mussina.
Well, the first solid contact of the day against Mike Mussina comes after Bip Roberts swings and misses, slams his bat down on home plate and breaks it. At that time with the knuckle curve, he's just got, as Matt Williams said about him earlier in the season, he's got it all going on tonight.
Boy, I'll say.
Mussina now 1 strikeout away from tying the LCS record. It's been done in both the ALCS and the NLCS with 14 strikeouts. Candelaria and Scott did it in the National League. Joe Coleman and Mike Boddicker of the Orioles did it in the AL. Boddicker in 1983, Game 2 at Baltimore, a 4-0 9-inning shutout victory over the White Sox. There they are listed. Mussina only 1 away, and now 1 strike away from 14 on the day.
No, Joe, that's in LCS history. For postseason history, Bob Gibson struck out 17 Tigers the opening game of the 1968 World Series. And you have to be thinking that or beyond now. We're only in the 6th inning. He's got 13.
He's 1-2 on Vizquel. 2-2.
Sandy Koufax struck out 15 Yankees in the 1963 World Series in 1 game.
He only allowed 1 hit. And he's 3-2 on Vizquel. Strikeouts to tie the LCS record for Mussina. Rolling through 6 into the 7th. Back for number 7 after this from your local Fox station. Above Jacobs Field hovers one of America's most enduring corporate symbols, a Goodyear blimp. Today it's a Goodyear blimp Spirit of Akron, carrying on a 70-year tradition of flying over big sporting events, and we are thankful to have them with us. And as we start the 7th inning, Hershiser starts and stops as he begins to work it to Brady Anderson. Brady Anderson has one of the 3 Orioles hits here in game 3. While we talk about the strikeouts with Mussina, the minimum has been faced by Hershiser through 6. Into right field. Did not get all of it. Fighting the wind. Ramirez. 1 away.
These are the last 3 strikes to the batters of the Indians in the bottom of the 6th inning. Mussina. Grissom. High fastball. Roberts. Knuckle curve. Broken bat. Vizquel. Fastball. Flipped bat. Frustration showing. Mussina has just been absolutely dominating this afternoon. And as you said, Joe, Hershiser has faced the minimum. What pitching performances by both of them.
Now Alomar. Bounced into a double play as last time. Checks on Vizquel up the middle. Can't get to it. A 1-out hit. We talked about that Gillette Strike Zone Challenge in tomorrow night's game. Tomorrow it is game 4 of the American League Championship Series. Don't miss. Game 1 winner Scott Erickson takes to the mound and leads the Orioles against Jaron Wright and the Cleveland Indians. Coverage begins live at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific here on Fox. Game 4 tomorrow night. 1 on 1 out here for Eric Davis. And if history teaches us anything, it's to expect the double play.
Recent history, at least.
Strike 1 as Hershiser got away with a bad pitch there.
Eric Davis earlier in his career was thought of as a first pitch fastball hitter, but lately he's more considered a first pitch breaking ball hitter, and he gets that breaking ball right in the middle of the plate. That's a good rip at it, but fouls it straight back.
The Indians turn to double play in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th. And it's 1 on 1 out here for Eric Davis. Broken back ground ball to Williams. Out at second, no chance to turn 2 to force out 5-4.
The bat splinters and goes to the left side of the infield. Matt Williams, realizing the ball is not hit hard, makes sure of 1. Off the end of the bat goes toward Williams. And Matt making sure of 1. Very deliberate in that throw to Bip Roberts. No attempt to go to first.
Now Davis at first with 2 out for Palmeiro.
Eric Davis has got to just be exhausted at first base. Only 3 hours of sleep, chemotherapy yesterday. Saying before the game he was exhausted.
His travel day, his off day was spent trying to recuperate from chemotherapy, which he took after that long game, game 2. You talk about an inspiration, not a baseball inspiration, but an inspiration to anybody who has fought or is fighting cancer and going through chemotherapy. One ball, 1 strike on Palmeiro. Eric Davis has given a lot of hope to a lot of people across a very wide spectrum. And he's done it all with a smile on his face and never at one moment feeling sorry for himself. They ask him about having cancer. He says, I don't have cancer. I had cancer. Wonderful story and a good person. 1 ball, 1 strike on Palmeiro.
And you really can't take him for granted over there at first base, even though he's obviously in a weakened state, not 100% out there. He is one guy in this Baltimore Orioles lineup that is a threat to steal a base.
At first with 2 out and a 1-1 count on Palmeiro. Way out in front, strike 2.
Good changeup from Hershiser. See that funny rotation, the ball moving down, Palmeiro way out in front.
Funny looking gloves.
Another terrific block. I mean, he's been doing that since the final day in September, the game 1 of the division series with the Yankees.
And this is a tough pitch to block. It's clear behind the batter. You tend to lose visibility on that ball as you slide over. Eventually you get behind the hitter and lose sight of the ball momentarily, but he was in great position to block it and then hustled after it. He knew it was somewhere in front of him. Glanced off the shin guard. Davis started for second and then hit the brakes.
And it's a 2-2 count on Palmeiro. Davis will take off at first with a 3-2 count.
Here's a situation normally where a first baseman would play behind the runner at first. I think that Mike Hargrove is doing the right thing and holding Tomey at first base. Long single, short double. Then Davis doesn't have that good break off of first. Now he's playing behind him. I think he should hold him on right here. He's going to play tight to him. Of course, you do have Palmeiro, a pull hitter up there.
You can see Hargrove holding his two hands up very close together, play right behind the runner. They don't want Davis to get a big jump over there at first base.
He'll go on this 3-2 to Palmeiro. The bottom of the 7th inning, no score. Orioles 4 hits. The Indians have turned 4 double plays, which ties a postseason record, as you see on our game summary. The top 2 lines dominated by pitching. Mike Mussina with a 14 strikeouts, tying an LCS record, and Orel Hershiser having faced 22 batters, won 21. The minimum possibly faced through 7. And the Orioles have hit into those double plays and left only 1 on base at the end of an inning. Manny Ramirez, who has the only Indians hit, leads it off. One ball, 1 strike. Mike Mussina looks for his 5th consecutive strikeout, which would also tie an LCS record. Done by Kurt Schilling in '93.
All kinds of records falling in this LCS. Jimmy Key hit 3 batters in the first inning the other day in his start.
Pretty well struck with foul. Still 1-2. Two from Mussina, who's walked one this afternoon. Just able to get a piece.
Defensive swing on the fastball away. Defensive swing on the knuckle curve inside. And a lot of defensive swings the other night against Scott Erickson, too. He'll be the pitcher tomorrow night against young Jared Wright.
Ramirez leading off the 7th. Full count.
Shows you the kind of confidence Mike Mussina has in his stuff tonight. Throws a nasty knuckle curveball on a 3-2 count to the leadoff hitter in a scoreless tie. With Ramirez in and out with fastballs, up and down with fastballs. It comes with a knuckle curve right in the heart of the plate. Ramirez able to get a piece of it.
Pretty good at bat now for Manny Ramirez, battling Mussina. Trying to start the 7th by reaching base.
You can see Mike Mussina reaching into the glove with that ring finger. Whenever a pitcher gets a ring finger involved in a pitch, it's a changeup, and that's what it was to Manny Ramirez.
This has been the best at bat the Indians have had today against Mike Mussina. Ramirez fouling off some tough pitches, getting some pretty good rips at a couple of hangers. Mussina has shown a knuckle curve on a 3-2 count, a changeup on a 3-2 count, and then comes back with a fastball on a 3-2 count.
Just a terrific at bat by Ramirez.
Back with another fastball, back-to-back fastballs in the 3-2 count. Good location, low and away. Ramirez able to just fight it off. By one more pitch this at bat.
Big league battle here. Woo.
Mussina up to 102 pitches on the afternoon. That is 15 strikeouts for Mussina, an LCS record.
After 6 foul balls, this, a cut fastball, high and away, gets Ramirez. You can see that tight spin, pressure on the middle finger to cut through the ball and go slightly away to Ramirez. 15 strikeouts.
They had to give him something else to look at.
Yeah, that's right.
Ramirez had
That's
seen
right.
everything he threw.
That's right.
Comes back with the one pitch that he didn't show him during the course of that at bat, the cut fastball.
2 strikeouts away from the postseason record. 17 by Gibson in 1968.
Mike Jackson, Paul Ossenmacher getting ready for the Indians in their bullpen, but right now even Hershiser has to be mesmerized by the work of Mike Mussina. 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. No score, game 3. Tomey, ball 1 high. Ball 2.
Dangerous pitch coming up. Mussina wants to stay out of the middle of the plate, but he wants to throw a strike.
And a look at the scouting report on Jim Tomey, who will be sitting on a pitch with a count in his favor.
Got the count in his favor at 2-0. Mussina came with a breaking ball. Lightning quick on that inside pitch. Once again, that open stance we talked about earlier with Marquise Grissom. Tomey very similar. Likes that ball inside, lights it up a little bit.
A changeup on 3-0.
That's not fair.
No, it's not. It's almost like Mussina can do anything he wants to. Falling behind 3-0 and pulls the string.
Now a full count.
And that appeared to be the knuckle curve on a 3-1 count. Normally hitters counts 3-0, 3-1. You sit fastball, throws a changeup 3-0, a knuckle curve 3-1.
Now he's actually got him set up for the fastball. He struck Tomey out with a high fastball the last time up.
Just high for ball 4 and a 1-out walk.
This is one of the more interesting sequences of the series. The fastball misses. One misses away. Another fastball is high. Then the changeup. The knuckle curve. And look at the fastball. Very close but high. Look at Mussina. Where was it?
Inches away from his 6th consecutive strikeout, which would have been an LCS record. 1 on, 1 out. David Justice at the plate, who has had 2 very good at bats against Mussina. Amazing to say that for a guy who's 0 for 2, but he nearly hit a home run down the left field line his first time, and then drove one into the teeth of the wind in right center back in the 4th. Mussina falls behind.
Well, he's pitching out of the stretch for the first time since the 4th inning, and sometimes that will have an effect on a pitcher. He'll fall into such a good rhythm pitching out of the windup, feel very comfortable, and then find himself in a stretch position that he hasn't been in for the majority of the ball game, and maybe that would throw him off his rhythm.
2-0.
Matter of fact, the last time Mussina pitched from the stretch, David Justice hit a rocket to right center. Held up by the wind.
caught the outside corner, 2-1.
With the ability to make a pitcher's pitch in a hitter's count. David Justice looking for something to whack 2-0, and Mussina paints that outside corner with a fastball. You may have noticed Chris Hoyle sliding inside there on Dave Justice. He had given the signal to Mussina to throw to first base on a pickoff attempt, and then deliberately set up on the inside part of the plate just in case Dave Justice took a peek. Try to decoy him into thinking maybe they were going to pitch him inside.
Wants the fastball in here.
Into center field. Anderson misread it. Falls in front. And it's 2 on, 1 out in the 7th.
Hard to explain the game, and they do love number 23, David Justice, here in Cleveland. David Justice smoked a rocket to right center his last time up. Here he gets jammed with that cut fastball. Look at Brady Anderson in center field. He not only didn't step forward, he froze on the ball. Had he broken in right away, there's a chance that he may have caught it. As it stands, Justice with a broken bat hit to center.
And now 2 on, 1 out for Matt Williams. To the shortstop, passport it into center. Here comes Tomey, and the Indians take a 7th inning lead.
Cut fastball out over the plate. Matt Williams goes back up the middle of the field with it. Bordick with a great effort trying to knock that ball down. Jim Tomey, the runner at second base, got a tremendous jump on that ball. He saw it on the ground. He knew it was to his left. Often moving on contact. You see Tomey right there chugging for third. Comes on around and scores the first run of the game.
Again, 2 on with 1 out, this time for Sandy Alomar. Here comes Ray Miller, the pitching coach, as Mussina's up to 115 pitches here in Game 3.
The visibility apparently has ceased to become a factor here at Jacobs Field. The sun is completely gone from the playing field. It's also gone from the buildings beyond the center field fence that were very brightly lit up before that sun went down. Much better at bats this inning by the Indians hitters.
Benitez and Orozco getting ready for Baltimore in their bullpen here in the 7th. A 1-out walk to Tomey. A flare hit to center by Justice, and a ground ball up the middle just past Bordick for the RBI hit for Williams. 1-0 Cleveland here in Game 3. 2 on, 1 out. 2-0 on Alomar. To the right side, Roberto robs his big brother of a hit. Out at first, at second and third, 2 out.
Alomar taking a shot to the opposite field. Roberto Alomar had been jockeying the runner at second base, holding him close to the bag, able to recover, make the diving stop, and throw out Big Brother. That's for all those times he used to tweak him on the back of the head when they were kids.
That took a hit and a run away from the Indians, and now second and third, 2 out for Giles. And a strike over the outside corner from Mussina. Giles 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts.
Now you do have first base open and Marquise Grissom on deck, but because of Grissom's home run the other night, David Johnson, who does not like to walk batters intentionally anyway, has Mussina pitch to Giles.
Only 1 hit in the postseason for Giles. 1-1. Roberto Alomar on a knee takes care of Giles, and the Indians get 1 and lead 2. All the ingredients of a classic here in Game 3 in Cleveland.
The inability of the hitters to see has switched to the inability of the outfielders to see. Watch how long it takes Brady Anderson, the center fielder, to pick up this David Justice. Right there, the center fielder picking up David Justice, ball hit in front of him. An eternity for the Orioles.
Well, the combination of a power hitter at the plate that usually drives the ball, but he hits it off the handle, gets jammed, and then the wind blowing against that fly ball. Bad combination for a defensive outfielder.
Tony Fernandez takes over at second base to improve the defense. Although Bip Roberts has played a terrific defensive second base in the postseason. Here is Assenmacher into the game, taking over for Hershiser, who worked 7 shutout innings. Strike 1 to Surhoff. Hershiser 7 innings, no runs, 4 hits, 7 strikeouts, tying his high for 1997. 1 walk and 4 double plays turned behind him. Inside the postseason record. Strike 2. Little flare to center for Grissom or Vizquel. Omar wants it over the shoulder. Are you kidding me? 1 away. It can't be that easy.
I was thinking the same thing. It is not that easy.
I've never seen a shortstop running with his back to the infield call off the outfielder. That's a center fielder's ball all the way. Oh, what a play.
Now that you mention it, I've never seen that either.
Most of the time that infielder's looking for help from the outfielders when you're running, looking straight back over your shoulder like that, but he felt confident enough to make that play that he didn't even bother to stop and turn around.
Now Ripken did not go. That's ball 1. 1 point to remember during the regular season this season. Omar Vizquel started taking pop-ups on the infield, especially during day games. As you look at ball 1, Ripken did not go. By turning his back to the infield to shade his eyes from the glare of the sun. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ripken. Vizquel on routine pop-ups would turn his back on home plate and catch pop-ups over his shoulder. You see 26 consecutive errorless postseason games. Major league record for a shortstop. I don't think any one of the 3 of us have run across a better shortstop than Omar Vizquel in 1997. That's foul and strike 2 on Ripken. 2-2.
Mussina comes with the high fastball after a steady diet of sliders down and in. Ripken able to check.
Full count from Mussina to Ripken.
Mussina has every bit as much confidence in that breaking ball as he does his fastball for the ability to throw it for a strike. Wouldn't be a bit surprised to see him come back with it here.
On 3-2 to Ripken. 2-out.
Ripken must have been thinking the same thing because he takes a fastball right down the chute.
Orel still working hard over on the dugout bench, and now as Geronimo Barroa is announced as a pinch hitter to bat for Harold Baines. Here comes Mike Hargrove. Great work by Mussina as the Indians go back to their bullpen here in the 8th. Mike Jackson next up out of the pen for Cleveland. Before we set the new pitcher, time now for a Miller Lite game break, and we take you back to the 1995 ALCS. Manny Ramirez taking Bobby Ayala deep, his second home run of the game. And as you know, the Indians went on to win that ALCS over Seattle, only to lose in the World Series to the Atlanta Braves. And Mike Jackson takes over here in the 8th inning with 2 out, nobody on, dealing with Geronimo Barroa.
Jackson, a very good season for the Indians, a very good postseason for the Indians. See that slider, first one inside off the plate for a ball, comes back on the outside corner. That's his best pitch.
Mesa getting ready for the 9th.
Talk about a terrific job of strategic managing by Mike Hargrove in the last 2 games. He's left Mussina in there to pitch to Ripken. Mussina struck him out twice.
Barroa flies to right for Ramirez. And this Indians bullpen now 6 in the 3rd innings in this ALCS. No runs, no hits. Bottom of the 8th inning. Indians batting, leading by 1. Welcome back to Cleveland, Ohio. The sun is setting, and this one is coming down to the final, maybe inning and a half, definitely, as we play in game 3 with this series tied at a game apiece. Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, Bob Brentley, our producer John Filippelli, our director Bill Webb, and now we add Armando Benitez to the list as he takes over for Mike Mussina. And through all that effort here today by Mike Mussina, he's on the hook for what would be the loss if his teammates don't rally.
It'll be the most impressive loss by a pitcher, perhaps in postseason history.
Here's Marquise Grissom first up here in the 8th inning. Indians leading 1-0 with Fernandez and Vizquel to follow. A ball from Benitez. This is the matchup. Grissom and Benitez have produced that 2-out. What was in essence game-winning home run in game 2 in Baltimore. 95 miles per hour in a 1-1 count on Grissom. And strike 2. As Tim McCarver told you in our open, this flat slider. And with that, The Orioles had blown a 2-run 8th inning lead, and the Indians hung on to a 1-run win in game 2. 99 miles per hour and 1 away here in the 8th.
You think he didn't remember that flat slider? He came out throwing all fastballs to Grissom.
You look at the setup men. Mike Jackson setting up Mesa. Benitez setting up Randy Myers. You look at the numbers. So far, Jackson the better end of that combination, and the front end of the combination pitching wise for the Indians, Orel Hershiser. Still working hard over on that Indians dugout bench. Fernandez first at bat, first swing, strike 1.
You know, guys, another remarkable thing about that home run by Grissom the other night at Camden Yards. Armando Benitez has come into 44 games this year where the Orioles have had the lead. And in all but 1 game, he has held the lead.
1 out, nobody on, and Fernandez to the shortstop, boarded. Great pickup on the short hop, 2 out. And with 2 out, nobody on here in the 8th inning, we remind you that tonight on NBC, it's game 4 of the National League Championship Series. As the Atlanta Braves and Florida Marlins hook up, Braves trying to even that best-of-7 series at 2 games apiece. Coverage begins tonight, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on NBC. We'll be back tomorrow night, Sunday night, for game 4 of this ALCS. Vizquel gets into one to right. At the track. At the wall, the leap and the catch by Eric Davis. Took an extra base hit away, and Vizquel will have an 0 for 4 game 3. Eric Davis robs him of an extra base hit and through 8. The Indians hanging on, leading by 1. We head into the 9th inning here in game 3. The Indians back to work the field, leading 1-0. The end of this afternoon's game, Tim Bob and I will select the Chevy Truck Player of the Game, and Jose Mesa hopes that happens shortly. He's on to save it for Orel Hershiser. The Orioles will have Hoyles, then Bordick's spot, and then Brady Anderson. Down by a run in the 9th, strike 1. The Indians came in talking about this home crowd at Jacobs Field, and they haven't stopped cheering since game 4 of the division series with New York.
They've sat down. They could take the seats out of this stadium and make it all standing room.
All SRO, right?
1 ball, 2 strikes on Hoyles, first stop here in the 9th. Into right center field. That's going to fall for a leadoff hit. Hoyles is on to start the 9th inning.
And we may see the first sacrifice bunt attempt of this series by the Baltimore Orioles. Mike Bordick with 12 on the year, although he's being called back for a pinch hitter now.
You know, that's interesting, Bob, because Hammonds was going up there, and then Davey Johnson, it appeared, sent Mike Bordick up there. And now home plate umpire John Hirschbeck says Hammonds will be the hitter. It looked as though Davey may have changed his mind. Bordick came back up there. He was going to hit or bunt. And now Davey Johnson going with Jeffrey Hammonds.
Rebelay is in to run for Hoyles. He's the tying run at first with nobody out, and still no sign of the bunt as Hammonds took a strike.
Well, that really doesn't surprise me, because I think if they bunt in that situation, Davey Johnson leaves Bordick in there. By pinch hitting Hammonds, I think you get rid of the bunt. Whether it's right or wrong, I think that's what Davey Johnson's thinking is.
To the second baseman, Fernandez. They get the out at first and now have Rebelay. The throw hits the runner, and Rebelay is safe at second with one out. The Indians nearly turned their fifth double play of this game.
That is a terrific play by Jeff Rebelay. He doesn't allow Fernandez to tag him. The ball hit off the end of the bat by Hammonds. Tony Fernandez running at Rebelay. Watch him get down. Hammonds is out, and now the throw by Tomey hits Rebelay on the left arm, and I think Mike Hargrove is saying that he had his arms up. Watch him get down. Fernandez doesn't tag him, and now when he gets back up, watch the left arm of Rebelay. Running inside the line, that's legal. You cannot raise your arms, however, and another glance right here.
Well, there's no doubt Rebelay raised his arms to try to deflect that ball. He did a great job of running the bases. You get down in the baseline right here. If Fernandez is going to tag him, he needs to reach down to tag, and probably by that time, no play at first base. Rebelay gets back to his feet then, and there's a little chicken wing right there going into second base. Takes the throw off the left arm and deflects into shallow left field.
You might as well do something like that, because if you don't do something like that, you're dead. You're out.
Not only good base running by Rebelay, but really well played by Fernandez.
Yep, right. That's exactly what a second baseman's supposed to do. As a matter of fact, the throw by Tomey was where it was supposed to be. Rebelay got away with one then.
Now the Orioles are a hit away possibly from tying this game. Tying run at second, one out, and ball one to Brady Anderson.
If Tony Fernandez goes to tag Rebelay, he doesn't get Hammonds at first base.
Into center field for Grissom. He doesn't see it. Back behind his head and played by Giles in to score is Rebelay, and Grissom never saw it, but did not signal until late that he didn't see it. And by that time, as it dropped behind him, the Orioles have tied this game here in the ninth.
Well, this lends more credence to Brady Anderson's late jump on the ball hit by David Justice. He had a terrible jump, and now Marquise Grissom loses a ball in the gloaming.
And you can see he never gives any indication until the very end, when the ball is almost ready to hit the ground, that he does not see it. I don't know that Giles would have had enough time to get there and make a play anyway, but normally if you don't see the ball initially, you start waving your arms, start yelling for those corner outfielders to help you out. And Rebelay got a real good read on Grissom. He saw immediately that Grissom didn't see the ball. Got a huge walking jump off of second base, and when he was sure that ball was going to drop safely, he scored.
Maybe Grissom didn't signal initially in the hopes of finding it. And when he continued not to be able to find it, when he finally said, "I can't find it," it's too late for Brian Giles. Giles ultimately made the play. Brother.
Giles was back there in time enough to hold Anderson getting to third base, which is a big play with only one out in the inning. It's now Anderson the go-ahead run at second with one out. And Alomar will be intentionally walked. A leadoff single in this inning by Hoyles. The pinch runner Rebele then making enough of a screen so the Indians couldn't turn the double play, and then the double, as it is scored off the bat of Anderson, lost in the sky by Grissom.
Well, the base running savvy of Jeff Rebele goes to the ground so Tony Fernandez cannot tag him, and then gets in the line of fire, gets that left arm up in the air, deflects the throw. Could have been, should have been a double play. Ends up with a runner at second base, scores on the fly ball to center.
You know, Bob, with that replay, what it appeared to me was that Rebele was following the eyes of Vizquel. When the eyes of Vizquel looked inside to the line, Rebele went inside, shot the arm up, and got lucky.
Now Eric Davis with a chance to put the Orioles out in front, takes a strike. Two on, one out, tie game, ninth inning, game 3. One ball, one strike. To third, but foul for strike 2.
I'm surprised Eric Davis got around on Jose Mesa's fastball. That fastball in on the hands. And for Eric in his condition, exhausted as he is, to get around on it. Of course, it was down. I guess that's the reason. Got mid-thigh.
Jose Mesa has Davis at 1 and 2. 2 on, 1 out. Thome and Alomar give it a look, and Alomar makes the play for the second out.
The wind that knocked down Dave Justice's line drive earlier in the ballgame was trying to push this ball into the stands. Alomar tracks it all the way to the screen, stays with it, makes a nice play, and then gets the ball back into the infield quickly to prevent any of the runners from advancing.
Now with 2 on, 2 out, the hitter is Palmeiro, who looks for his first postseason RBI here in 1997. 2 on, 2 out. And a strike from Mesa. The heart of the lineup will bat for the Indians in the bottom of this ninth. There's the Oriole bench, left with those 3 right-handed hitters. We will see Webster take over behind the plate as Hoyles has been lifted for a pinch runner, and it worked well for the Orioles here in the ninth. 2 on, 2 out, and the pop-up behind home plate for strike 2.
Mesa broke a bat right there on Rafael Palmeiro. Threw a good fastball up and in, right on the hands. Palmeiro just trying to fight it off. Needs a new piece of lumber.
Good sequence, too. 2 curveballs and then the fastball inside. American League pitchers stay away from that fastball out over the plate to Rafael Palmeiro.
A ball and 2 strikes on Palmeiro. And another terrific block by Alomar.
Boy, he's been doing it all throughout the postseason. This is a tough pitch to block, one that hits that far out in front of home plate. You're never quite sure where it's going to carry him. All you can do is get your body squared up, get in good position, as Alomar does. Prevents the runners from advancing.
We go to the bottom of the 9th inning here in Game 3. The Indians give up a run. The heart of the lineup will bat. Tied at 1. Jeffrey Hammonds takes over in right field. Jeff Reveille, who pinch ran in the top of this inning, takes over at short, and Lenny Webster is now catching. Manny Ramirez leads it off, 1-1 game. And a strike over the outside corner from Armando Benitez. That's strike 2. Tomey will follow, and then David Justice. 3 tough outs for Armando Benitez. Looks like Manny Ramirez has had some better swings and is seeing the ball a little better at the plate in this game than we've seen him in other games this postseason.
Especially that earlier at bat against Mike Mussina when he went to 3-2 and fouled off 3 very tough pitches. Much more balanced at the plate, not lunging at the ball quite as much.
Mills and Orozco getting ready for Baltimore in their bullpen here in the 9th. Now 2-2 to Ramirez.
That looked like a splitter from Armando Benitez. That is the first pitch that he has thrown other than a fastball. This ball going down. It was either a 2-seamer, which was inclined to go down, or a splitter. Looked more like a splitter.
From 0-2 to 3-2 on the leadoff hitter here in the 9th. with Tomey coming up, we will finally get a matchup that so many thought would happen in Game 2 with Orozco coming on. A leadoff walk for the Indians here in the 9th inning. Winning run is on, and here comes Orozco.
Jesse Orozco in for the Orioles. Cleveland's most wanted is a run right now. That's what this crowd wants. Jesse Orozco will be pitching to Jim Tomey. The other night against the New York Yankees, when the Indians clinched it in Game 5, Jim Tomey laid down the first sacrifice bunt for him since 1994. Of the 17 players that hit 35 or more home runs this year, Jim Tomey is the only one who has sacrificed the whole year. And here he is in a sacrifice situation, again facing Orozco.
And talking to Mike Hargrove earlier today, he said in the matchup the other night, if Davey Johnson had chose to go this way with Jesse Orozco, he was going to hit Jeff Manto for Jim Tomey. So you would have to assume, given those facts, that Tomey's up there to bunt against the left-hander. Hard to believe.
A leadoff walk to Manny Ramirez.
And the slightest bit of a hitch there by Jim Tomey. That's why Jesse Orozco threw to first base to see if either Tomey or the runner at first would tip something. It appeared that Tomey was starting ever so slightly to move into a bunting position. Ripken's anticipating bunt at third base. He's way in front of the bag and creeping in further now.
Ball one from Jesse Orozco.
The interesting thing about this at bat, to further the point, is that Orozco against left-handed batters, his best pitch is the breaking ball. But the breaking ball is the easiest pitch to bunt. So does Orozco change his thinking and make Tomey bunt the fastball?
Another check on Ramirez. It's Tomey at the plate, shortened up again.
Kind of stingy.
And Ramirez picked off for the first out here in the bottom of the 9th.
$50,000 disbelievers on this play. Palmeiro off the bag and Ramirez caught off the bag.
Despite all the wonderful talents that Manny Ramirez has, one of the knocks on him throughout his career has been the fact that he tends to go to sleep. He makes boneheaded base running and defensive plays, and couldn't have picked a worse time to have one right there.
I was going to say, that was one of them right there. Jim Tomey's bunting anyway. Why is a lead even important? It's not. That's the point.
So the leadoff walk is erased. And now Tomey will swing. If he likes it, he doesn't. It's 3-0.
You know, just watching the way that Manny Ramirez reacted at first, it almost appeared as if he were running on the play. But if it's a hit and run, you can, one of the cardinal sins is don't get picked off on a hit and run.
Another thing, you don't lead off a base with your hands on your knees either.
Three and one to Tomey.
Tomey gets a 3-0 slider. Tonight he has had a 3-0 changeup from Mussina and now a 3-0 slider from Orozco.
Tomey checked his swing and a 1-out walk. And just like in Game 2, Tomey came awfully close, but a 1-out walk And the winning run is on again.
You see, Ramirez looks like he's making a break towards second base, but once again on a hit and run, you have to make sure that pitcher is delivering the ball to home plate.
Interesting that Palmeiro with his right leg on the outside of the baseline, making Ramirez go behind him. That could have been one of the reasons Ramirez was tagged out. It was a fine play by both Orozco and Palmeiro. But a play that you just cannot allow happen in that situation. No way.
Now 1 on, 1 out for David Justice. Tie game 1-1. Bottom of the 9th inning. Game 3 with the series tied 1-1. And Orozco, who already walked one left-hander, falls behind another. Here's a guy who has never been bothered by left-handed pitching.
His lifetime average is higher, 13 points higher against left-handers than right-handers. Make that 16 points higher against left-handers.
Matt Williams would follow Justice. 1 on, 1 out, 1-1 game. One ball, one strike. For ball 2. This for Orozco. His first appearance at this LCS. The 13th in his career. 1 on, 1 out. Tie game, 9th inning. And now 3-1 on Justice. A breaking ball on 3-1. It's a full count.
He starts this breaking ball right at David Justice, breaks it over the heart of the plate. Justice tries to influence the home plate umpire John Hirschbeck. Too late.
Now, do you send Tomey with 3-2 and 1 out? And if you do, Tomey cannot be picked off. Just what you were talking about, Bob. You cannot be picked off if you're the runner on at first base on a hit and run play or when the count is 3-2.
Two out as Justice comes up empty, blown away by Orozco.
After seeing the slow breaking ball in the 3-1 count, Orozco comes back with a good four-seam fastball up and in. Just above the belt, you see Justice try to get up on his toes to get on top of that pitch, but not able to catch up.
Davey Johnson out to relieve Orozco. Orozco came on to pick off Ramirez, did walk Tomey, strikes out Justice, and here comes the right-hander Mills. We are in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1 on, 2 out for the Indians in a 1-1 game, game 3. Tomorrow it's Game 4 of the American League Championship Series. Don't miss Game 1 winner Scott Erickson as he takes the mound and leads the Orioles against Jared Wright and the Cleveland Indians. Our coverage begins live at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, right here on Fox. Here's right-hander Alan Mills, the third pitcher of the inning for the Orioles.
Mills is effective when he throws the ball over the plate. Fastball, curveball, slider, change. There's a tendency to fall behind hitters a lot when he has to come in with that fastball and able to get on it.
That's what Allen did the other night. He fell behind the Indian hitters, even though he walked only one. And the one thing you can't do is fall behind Matt Williams and have to come in there with the fastball. I think the Oriole outfield will play deeper than they normally do to try to prevent the extra base hit. Have a shot at Tomey should Williams find the seam in the outfield, either right center or left center.
Potential winning run at first with 2 out. Matt Williams digs in. Williams has the only Cleveland RBI tonight.
Orioles defensively all around the field playing very deep. Tomey does not run that well at first base. Infielders playing deep in the hopes of cutting off a ground ball headed for a hole. Possibly still have a play at second base on Tomey. Cal Ripken playing just a few steps in front of the outfield grass.
You wonder what this inning would be like had Manny Ramirez not been picked off for the first out of this inning. Cleveland fans remember Ramirez getting picked off in the 8th inning of Game 2 of the '95 World Series by Javi Lopez of the Atlanta Braves. 1 on, 2 out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, here are a couple of turning points. Grissom not seeing the fly ball into center, hit by Brady Anderson. And now Ramirez getting picked off for the first out here in the bottom of the 9th.
There's a slight delay on the field. Now home plate umpire John Hirschbeck out talking to Alan Mills just to give Lenny Webster a little extra time behind home plate. He took a foul tip up around the throat area. And as a professional courtesy to the men wearing the equipment, Hirschbeck gives him a little extra time. You can see it waxing pretty good in the upper part of that chest protector.
One ball, 1 strike from Alan Mills. Base hit left field. Tomey stops at second. It's 2 on, 2 out in the bottom of the 9th inning with Sandy Alomar walking to the plate.
What you were talking about, though, Bob. Mills falling behind 1-0. Matt Williams choosing to pitch, rifling one to left.
Tomey the lead runner at second. Williams on at first. He has extended this 9th inning. For a man in Sandy Alomar who has had a season he will never forget. Two on, 2 out. Ball 1.
Now, with the potential winning run on at second, the outfield moves in, but the infield moves back. The infield, if they can't make a play on the ball, look how deep Alomar and Rebele are. If they can't make a play, knock it down to save the winning run.
One ball, 1 strike. Tomey will walk to reach base in this inning. He represents the winning run. Marquise Grissom will be the first to explode out of that dugout if the Indians get something out of Alomar to win it.
And Manny Ramirez would be second.
Mike Mussina LCS record-setting night with 15 strikeouts. Second all-time in the postseason, but right now just a memory in this game. 2 on, 2 out for Alomar. Two and one.
Mills has not thrown a breaking ball for a strike yet since coming into the ball game. As a hitter, you got to think along with that pitcher. He's having problems getting that breaking ball over. He's got a challenge with the fastball.
Off the plate, tough for Ripken to first and got it to end the ninth. Mike Hargrove out to argue, but we head to the 10th inning, game 3. Series tied at 1, game tied at 1.
Safe at first base, but he was called out by Derwin Merrill. Close play, but he was safe.
Got the breaking ball from Mills. Appeared to catch him by surprise as well. Grounded it off of the plate, the high bouncer. Ripken with a nice play to get rid of it quickly, but by the ever so smallest of margins, Alomar beat that play at first.
So now we move to the 10th. As B.J. Surhoff leads off against Jose Mesa. Like a chain reaction when the out call was made. Alomar slammed his helmet down. Tomey at third slammed his helmet down. Hargrove shot out of the dugout. Surhoff off the plate for Fernandez. One away.
Would like to add that that would not have ended the game. That would have kept the inning alive. That would have loaded the bases, but Tomey was not coming around third to score.
Here's Ripken with 1 out, nobody on. Oh for 3 tonight with a couple of strikeouts. And a flare into shallow center. Vizquel out to get it. 2 gone.
You get the feeling when the game's over, he's going to drive home backwards.
He plays better with his back to the field than most guys do facing home plate.
Ripken saying, you got to be kidding me. He's like Bernie Kosar to Webster Slaughter. Right in stride for the second out, and with the bases empty, Baroa. Breaking ball for ball 1. What a night for Mike Mussina. And it's a shame that it might get lost in all that's happened since. Mussina tying Sandy Koufax with 15 strikeouts, second most all time in the postseason. Koufax in 1963 at New York against the Yankees, game 1. Dodgers won that game 5-2. The 2-2 to Bob Gibson and his efforts in 1968.
Struck out the side in the first, the third, and the 6th inning. Awesome. Totally dominated.
That hugged the line, but foul. According to Mike Riley, the third base umpire.
You can see Matt Williams protecting the line against doubles. Ball takes 1 bounce in front of the bag. Bounces in foul territory behind the bag, and in Mike Riley's judgment, it was foul when it went over the base.
Still 1-2 on Burrell. Second at bat of the night. And the top of the 10th inning is history. Back for the bottom half after this from your local Fox station. This game is indeed working its way into the category of a postseason classic with everything that has transpired here in Game 3 of the 1997 American League Championship Series. Series tied at a game apiece, and this game is tied at 1 apiece into the bottom of the 10th inning. A record-setting night for Mike Mussina, starting pitcher for the Baltimore Orioles, striking out 15. Another terrific, tremendous effort from Orel Hershiser. 7 shutout innings. A couple of misplays late, one by Grissom out in center field, which led directly to the tying run scoring for the Baltimore Orioles in the 9th inning. Mesa would get around further trouble, get through the 10th inning, and now in the bottom of the 10th, the Orioles go to their 5th pitcher of the night, left-hander Arthur Rhodes.
Davey Johnson telling us before Game 1, as you look at Jose Mesa, that when Arthur Rhodes comes in the game, the Orioles have a tendency to score runs. Of course, now if he doesn't get out of this half inning, it doesn't matter.
Facing Giles to lead it off. Ryan tonight 0 for 3. Grissom would follow, and then Fernandez, strike 1. Rhodes bothered by a sore muscle around the elbow, not on the bottom part of the arm, but the top part. They were a bit concerned during the division series, but here he is in Game 3, his first appearance of the ALCS. 1 ball, 1 strike on Giles.
Yeah, his last appearance came back on the 4th of October in that division series against Seattle. Threw 2 1/3 innings and came out of the game after throwing a pitch. He felt some tightness in that forearm muscle, came out, but he's had a week to rest, and they say he's okay.
2-1 on Giles. Jeff Juden getting ready in case this game goes to the 11th. Two and 2.
That was the game against the Mariners I was talking about a week ago. Very effective outing for Arthur Rhodes before he had to come out with the injury to his left forearm.
Off the end of the bat to second. Alomar stumbles a bit and recovered to make the play. Giles 0 for 4 tonight, and no doubt that he was indeed out at first to start the bottom of the 10th.
It's the ball hard, but you can see how deep Roberto Alomar is when he makes that play. Giles is known for hitting the ball on the ground to the right side of the infield. The Orioles were playing him that way and deep. Alomar almost lost his balance, but able to make the strong throw and nip Giles at first base.
Here is Grissom. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts in tonight's game. As we work here in the 10th inning, we understand the NLCS action has started down in Florida, Pro Players Stadium. Braves got a run in the first. They're in the bottom of the first. 2-0 to Grissom.
Al Leiter starting tonight for the Marlins. Kevin Brown pushed back till tomorrow. Stomach flu, we understand.
Grissom unloads on 2-0. It's 2-1. 2-2.
Back-to-back 96-mile-an-hour fastballs from Arthur Rhodes. That forearm's bothering him all. It's sure not showing it right here to Marquise Grissom. Grissom opens up, pulls off the ball just a little bit.
Now time called by the home plate umpire, who walks toward the Indians dugout.
I think they had a gate open out to the bullpen, or is that the security guard coming out to see what is wrong?
Back in the distance, in the hitter's background behind where that police officer's standing, there was somebody out in center field, and I think that person's still up there, hiding amongst the trees in the hitter's background. He's now kneeling down, but that's what was spotted by the home plate umpire. There's one person, but there was another earlier walking around back there, asking them to get down and get out of the hitter's background. Two now to Grissom. Full count. Still 3-2.
We mentioned it earlier in the broadcast that Mike Hargrove continues to insist that his team will run against the Orioles if they get anybody on base in a situation. Grissom definitely one of the base stealers on this Indians club if he could find a way to get on base right here.
2 out. Giles grounds out. Grissom strikes out. And the batter will be Tony Fernandez.
Looked like a pitch out of the strike zone. It definitely was out of the strike zone, about ankle high. Marquise down on strikes again for the 4th time tonight.
And now Tony Fernandez took over defensively in the 8th inning. 0 for 1, grounded to short his first time up. If this game goes to the 11th, it likely will be Jeff Juden on the mound for Cleveland, dealing with Rebele, Hammonds, and Anderson in the 11th. One ball, one strike on Tony Fernandez.
Tony's hitting from the right side of the plate, literally. 397 hitter as a right-hander this year. He batted only .237 left-handed.
And now the Orioles 1 strike away from sending this game 3 to the 11th. The Indians, what do they have left on the bench? Branson, the left-hander. Borders, Manto, and Seitzer. One switch hitter they started the game with is at the plate now, Tony Fernandez. He went back-to-back strikeouts to end the 10th, and we sail into the 11th. Rhodes does his job, and now Juden will take over in inning number 11. Well, as we go into the 11th inning, the game is tied 1-1. A look at the 2 center fielders in center field, really the reason why we're still playing.
Well, both runs scored because of misplays in center field. Brady Anderson fooled by the broken bat hit off the bat of David Justice. Marquise Grissom loses a fly ball in the dusk here in Cleveland. Brady Anderson ends up with a double. Run scores. We stand tied at 1. Expect the unexpected. Two very good defensive center fielders, and their miscues have allowed the game to be tied at 1.
Jeff Juden on the mound for the Indians. 5 starts this year, coming over from the Montreal Expos back on August 31st. Now, there are a lot of people watching in the Chicago area this evening who remember in 1938 the homer in the gloaming hit by Gabby Hartnett had won a pennant for the Chicago Cubs. Well, tonight it's been a double and a single in the gloaming. That's why we're here.
Jeff Juden, who worked 1/3 of an inning in game 2 in Baltimore, takes over, starting the 11th inning. Jeff Reveille takes a strike. First at bat for Reveille, who really has played a large role in this game with his base running between first and second base, making somewhat of a shield as the Indians try to turn a double play back in the ninth. Strike 2.
Juden, a hard thrower, tends to get erratic from time to time and loses that strike zone. No problem here to Reveille, though, jumping ahead 0-2.
Juden able to hit 95 on our radar gun. Hammonds and Anderson will follow. 1 away.
Juden gets ahead of Reveille with a couple of sinking fastballs. Finishes him off with a 4-seamer up and in.
Reveille only likes taking care of those Randy Johnson fastballs, which he did in the division series. There's a strike to Jeffrey Hammonds. He grounded out back in the 9th inning in his only at bat. 1-1.
Alvin Mormon, the left-hander, getting ready in the Cleveland bullpen. Brady Anderson and Roberto Alomar would follow Chris Hammonds in this inning should it go that far. Mike Hargrove looking ahead, wants to have the left-hander ready just in case the Orioles get something going here.
With Jeff Juden throwing as hard as he is and hitting spots, no sign of a left-hander. The fastball in there, the slider is low. Another fastball to Hammonds, right on the corner.
Two out, nobody on, and in steps Brady Anderson. And a strike from Juden. Joe Buck along with Tim McCarver and Bob Brenly here in the 11th inning. Game 3 of this 1997 ALCS. Series tied, game tied. Just low and a 1-1 count on Anderson.
He can get it low to Anderson, but it better be outside. Ball down and in. That's long ball territory.
All the scoring from the 7th inning on tonight. A run driven in by Williams for the Indians to put Cleveland out in front. And then a ball lost in the twilight by Grissom in the 9th inning. Produced the game's tying run in the 9th. We're in the 11th, and that makes it 3-1 on Brady Anderson. One primetime note. We go along here in the 11th inning. Cops will be joined in progress after this game. 3-1 to Anderson. Missing for ball 4 and a 2-out walk.
Not sure where this missed. Oh, tailing on the outside corner there. Like Sandy Alomar was set up down the middle of the plate. Juden, a big guy, 6'7", out there on the mound, about 245, 250 pounds, and occasionally his mechanics will leave him and he'll try to overthrow the ball.
He does not have a good move to first either, as you just saw. Brady Anderson, on the other hand, has a deep groin pull, kind of an off and on type thing. Normally he'd be taking off.
There he goes. Throw down by Alomar, not close, gets away, but Anderson will hold at second with 2 out.
So I guess he's normal. No chance to get Brady Anderson. He was going all the way, so that walk turns into a double off the left forearm of Vizquel. But Brady does not advance. Sandy Alomar with really no chance to get Anderson.
And what the stolen base will do is take the bat right out of the hands of Roberto Alomar. With Lenny Webster on deck. The only remaining catcher for the Orioles. The Indians will walk Roberto Alomar to put 2 on with 2 out for Lenny Webster. By the way, that was the first stolen base in the ALCS for the Orioles and only their 3rd of the postseason. Back-to-back walks here in the 11th inning, and now Lenny Webster walks in.
This will be Webster's first at bat of the ball game. He came on in the 9th inning defensively after Chris Hoyles was run for by Rebele. Probably see Webster catch tomorrow for Scott Erickson. He's been his valet catcher throughout the year.
Juden struck the first 2 out. He's walked the next 2. And deals with Lenny Webster. The go-ahead run at second, Anderson. Alomar, the trail runner, at first with 2 out. 2-0 to Lenny Webster. And with Palmeiro next, this could be Juden's last hitter one way or another. Two and one.
Juden takes a little bit off this fastball. He's been hitting 95, 96. This one 92 miles an hour. Took a little bit off just to get it over the plate.
2-2. Slow roller, tough play for Williams. Won't even try it. And the bases are loaded with 2 out for the Orioles in the 11th.
Remember a couple of innings ago we said with 2 outs and a runner on at second base, particularly an important run, the infield plays particularly deep so they can knock a ball down. Well, the side effects to that is you're not going to be able to make a play on a ball that you may ordinarily make a play on. However, even if he were in normal depth, I don't think Matt Williams throws out Lenny Webster. You can see the middle infielders are deep. So was Matt Williams. A long way to go. He does have the presence of mind to fake the first, look to third, but Brady Anderson did not round it far enough for a play.
Alvin Mormon trots in. Bases loaded, 2 out. Juden is finished here in the 11th. With the bases loaded and 2 out here in the 11th inning, it's Alvin Mormon.
As you might expect, it comes down to the battle of the bullpens. Unfortunately, it's backward bullpen. They've already had to set up men and closers in the game. Now we're working our way back through the middle guys.
And here's Palmeiro. The numbers in the postseason, hitting only .250, no RBIs. That's strike one. The Indians have only left-hander Brian Anderson and right-hander Eric Plunk, who's up now, left in their bullpen.
I think it's interesting to consider that if the game does go on and on and on, Chad O.J. could be available also. Starting in game 1, may be the starter in game 5. Mike Hargrove's not sure.
That's strike two as Palmeiro tries to avoid his 4th strikeout of the night. Here are his first 3.
Early in the ball game, everybody having a hard time seeing Palmeiro chasing a bad breaking ball, taking a sinker on the inside corner, swinging through a fastball from Jose Mesa.
And now 0-2 facing Mormon. That's headed for foul territory and will drop out of play.
Mormon has gotten away with 2 breaking balls in this at bat. The first one, a slider over the middle of the plate, and that curveball, that was almost like a 2-0 pitch instead of an 0-2 pitch. Watch it hang inside. That was hittable. Mormon got away with one then.
Bases loaded, 2 out for the Orioles. Tie game. Inning over. It's 1-1. And Vizquel, Ramirez, and Tomey are coming up against the left-hander Arthur Rhodes. Again, a reminder, following this game, we will join our primetime lineup. Join the show Cops in Progress, and to update you in the top of the 3rd inning, game 4, with the Marlins leading 2-1. Atlanta leads 1-0. Vizquel, Ramirez, and Tomey against the left-hander Arthur Rhodes. Rhodes pitched a perfect 10th. And starts Vizquel with a ball.
Well, if you're Mike Hargrove, you have to like the way that your lineup rolled around here in the 11th inning. You got Omar Vizquel, your best base stealer, your best base runner, leading off the inning, followed by 3 guys who are perfectly capable of at least hitting a gap.
2-0.
19 Indians have gone down on strikes tonight. 19.
15 of them by Mike Mussina. An LCS record. 3-0.
The Indians particularly dangerous if Vizquel gets on, because then you may not have to bunt with Ramirez. You can either have Vizquel steal, use a hit and run. Your options are unlimited.
94 miles per hour. Rhodes did not let up to throw a strike.
I fully expect Vizquel to take another pitch here, force Rhodes to throw him 2 strikes in this at bat.
Taking all the way, 3-2. another chance for Manny Ramirez, who back in the ninth inning led off with a walk, then a Roscoe, then a pickoff.
No doubt a mistake. No matter how you look at that play, there was no way to justify getting picked off in that situation. Very rarely do you get a chance to come up and make up for a mistake during the course of a ball game, but Manny Ramirez finds himself in that situation right here.
And now we'll see how the Indians want to play it.
I don't think they're going to have Ramirez bunt. Neither do the Orioles. Cal Ripken playing back at third base.
No way. No way.
As I mentioned when he came to the plate, Vizquel's their best base stealer and best base runner. He'll get a good read on the move of Arthur Rhodes. Lenny Webster, just into the game in the ninth inning, has had problems throwing the ball because of a sore right elbow. This situation screams out for a stolen base attempt.
I wonder if that open hand was a pitch out from Davy Johnson to Lenny Webster. No, it was a throw over. Davey trying to get a read on what Ramirez is going to do. I think the read's pretty clear right now. I would be shocked if he were bunting.
Over the outside corner for a strike. Last time he dropped one down for a sacrifice early in 1995 when the Indians ended up in the World Series against Atlanta.
Arthur Rhodes has a very readable move to first base. Vizquel, an outstanding, smart base runner. Get the idea that if he thinks he's got a good jump, he's going to go.
Another pickoff attempt.
As you look at a move to first, here's what first base coach Dave Nelson had to say to Vizquel before that pitch.
See, that's what he's going to do right there. Stay a little short with you. Doesn't have a good move over here.
Verification for Vizquel as he takes his lead. Base hit right field. Vizquel stops at second. He carries the winning run in his back pocket.
Concentration split between the base runner at first base and the hitter at home plate, and Arthur Rhodes throws a fastball up and out over the plate where Manny Ramirez loves that fastball, and he drives it through the hole on the right side.
And now Tomey is called back to the dugout with 2 on, nobody out. They may be getting someone ready to go up there and bunt.
Now Davy Johnson out to have a talk with John Hirschbeck, the home plate umpire, and taking trainer Richie Bancels with him.
I don't think they announced Jim Tomey was out of the game. Maybe that's what Davy Johnson was checking on. Or was he checking on an injury to Arthur Rhodes so it wouldn't be? And it's his top of his elbow. I think Davey has a point there. Mike Hargrove's arguing that he shouldn't be out there for an injury visit. Mike probably thinking that Davey would be out there to tell the infielders what to do, what he wanted them to do, but it didn't appear that he was doing that.
You could see Hargrove when he first walked out there. First thing he says was he does this all the time. Davy Johnson went out. Rhodes has had the bad elbow, but that was an injury visit. And while all that was going on, here's Kevin Hershiser off the bench to bat for Thome.
With Jim Thome up there, I think the Orioles were expecting the bunt. And now you put Kevin Hershiser up there. He's probably going to be bunting also, but at least if it gets to 2 strikes, he'll be able to swing away. And the Indians wouldn't be hurt by that. We'll see if the Orioles put the rotation play on. With first and second, the third baseman, first baseman charge. The shortstop goes to third. The second baseman goes to first. If the rotation play is on, or the wheel, as some like to call it.
Tie game, 11th inning, 2 on, nobody out. And a look back at Vizquel. Hargrove is still hot about that visit by Davy Johnson.
By the time Rhodes goes into his set position, Rafael Palmeiro is about halfway to home plate from his first base position. An aggressive, left-handed throwing, good fielding first baseman can make that wheel play unnecessary. Fans may remember seeing Keith Hernandez charge all the way over to the third base side of the field to make plays on bunts.
2 on, nobody out, and a pickoff play back at second, not even close. A leadoff walk handed out by Rhodes to Vizquel, and a base hit to right by Ramirez. And the bunt foul for strike 1.
From a high-tech standpoint, here's the rotation play. Third baseman, first baseman charge, shortstop to third, second baseman to first base. It's designed that if the batter bunts the ball to the first baseman, he throws to third for the force out. Or if he bunts it down third, something that a hitter is trained to do, then the third baseman feels the ball, throws behind him to the shortstop.
Well, Hershiser's checking with Jeff Newman, the third base coach, and also with Mike Hargrove on the bench. If they charge down my throat on that rotation play, do you want me to swing away?
Once again, Cal Ripken charges. Rafael Palmeiro charges. The shortstop goes to third. The second baseman goes to first. The one problem is it leaves the middle of the infield open for a good bat handler like Hershiser is.
Two on with nobody out for the Indians. Tie game, 11th inning.
Cal Ripken, the third baseman for the Orioles, goes through the signs for the rest of the infield, letting them know what play is going to be run.
Showed the bunt, pulled back from strike 2. It's 0-2.
The rotation play was not on then, and the bunt may be taken off. Inside fastball from Rhodes, but Ripken didn't charge. You can see Arthur Rhodes breaking toward third. That's the pitcher's responsibility. Look at Ripken. Ripken stays put. Palmeiro moves in, Rhodes toward the line. So that's the straight up approach to playing the bunt play with runners on at first and second.
Ball 1-1-2. Vizquel had visions of taking off for third when that ball got away from Lenny Webster.
Hershiser is also a very good opposite field hitter. He handles the bat very well, stays inside the ball, A ball hit to the right side of the field is always tougher to turn a double play should he hit it right at Robbie Alomar or Rafael Palmeiro.
Over to third, Vizquel, no play for Webster.
Up the road with a fastball in the dirt, always the toughest pitch to block. You see in the background, Omar Vizquel gets a great read on that ball in the dirt. Takes advantage and advances to third base. You never anticipate that fastball in the dirt.
Webster couldn't find it, but Vizquel could.
Rhodes exits. It's first and third, nobody out in the 11th. Welcome back to Jacobs Field in Cleveland. Game 3, our game summary. Mussina 15 strikeouts in 7 innings. An LCS record, 2 away from a postseason record. Hershiser shut out Baltimore through 7. Cleveland turned 4 double plays early. Matt Williams drove in a run. Brady Anderson, that ball that got lost in the twilight for an RBI double. That tied this game in the 9th. Here we are in the 11th. And Randy Myers takes over.
Rarely faced with a situation like this. Infield in, outfield in. A sac fly wins the game. That's why the outfielders have to move in.
A reminder, Cops will be joined in progress after this game 3. Runners at the corners. The 2-2 to Seitzer. To third. What a play by Ripken. Out at first for the first out of the inning. Down to second is Ramirez, but that play by Ripken just saved the game, at least for now.
It was an extraordinary play by Ripken and great base running by Vizquel. A lot of guys would break home on this ball, but look at Ripken to get the sure out.
Playing infield in front of the bag at third base. Seitzer did not hit the ball particularly well. He got jammed. A great reaction on the part of Cal Ripken.
And now David Justice.
Outfield still has to move in, and Randy Myers wants to talk to Lenny Webster. The outfielders have to position themselves to where they can throw the runner out from third almost flat-footed. A line drive that would ordinarily be a hit will not be a hit now because the outfielders are in. They have to gauge the speed of the runner at third, too.
Second and third, 1 out for Justice. 2 things at play here. David Justice, in his career in the postseason, has driven in 10 of 11 men from third base with less than 2 out. Meanwhile, Randy Myers, I should say, on the mound for Baltimore, has stranded 7 of 8 inherited runners during his postseason career. What's going to give here in the 11th inning? Second and third, 1 out. And a good play by Webster, 1-1.
You're in a position now as a catcher where you have to assume every pitch is going to go in the dirt. You can't be caught by surprise. Any pitch that may happen to bounce up there.
Second and third, 1 out. Into left field. The outfield playing in. That's 2 out. Surhoff gets it back in, and it's second and third, 2 down.
That's why you play the outfield in. A sacrifice fly and the game is over. That ball normally would have been a base hit, but Surhoff was so close. And so were the Indians.
You're absolutely right, Tim. That's normally a routine base hit. Surhoff would have to field it on a hop or two, but because of the positioning in the outfield, playing those guys way in, he was able to rob a base hit and hold Vizquel at third.
Following baseball tonight, prime time lineup with Cops, America's most wanted, except on the West Coast. It's now second and third, 2 out. And Matt Williams at the plate for the Indians. Tried to bunt that ball and evidently pulled back in time. They show ball 1 up on the scoreboard.
He saw Cal Ripken back at third, a bunt down the third baseline. Davey Johnson said he went after it. Did he? I don't think so.
And a delayed request down to the first base umpire, Derwood Maryland. He agrees that Matt Williams pulled the bat back in time.
Awfully close, wasn't it?
So ball 1 on Matt Williams. First base is open. Alomar on deck. Vizquel at third, the winning run, the 2 out. Way out in front on a changeup, 1-1.
It's a different Randy Myers than faced Matt Williams in the National League. He threw more hard stuff, but in the American League, he's gone to his changeup more often.
Check swing, foul, strike 2. And the Orioles 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. It was first and third, nobody out. It's second and third, 2 out.
Pulled on another changeup, a check swing. Almost got that ball down the first baseline. Well, you're right, Tim. In his days as part of the Nasty Boys with the Cincinnati Reds, Randy Myers was strictly a power pitcher.
The hum baby.
90% fastballs, an occasional slider. That changeup has really rounded out his repertoire.
As good as it gets. The career of Randy Myers in the postseason. The 1-2, 2-2.
Davey Johnson told us the other day that he was sure there were times during the season that Randy Johnson would miss the strike zone intentionally on the 2-2 pitch just so he could throw the changeup on 3-2.
Second and third, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Full count with Alomar next.
That's the case. Here comes the changeup.
The bases are loaded for Sandy Alomar.
.82-mile-an-hour changeup from Randy Myers. Williams holds off. The pitch drops low and away out of the strike zone.
And now bases loaded with 2 down for Sandy Alomar. Hitless tonight, 0 for 4.
Vizquel, an excellent base runner at third base. A short pass ball or wild pitch, look for him to go.
Ball 1.
The reason I say that is Myers has become perilously close to throwing a wild pitch in this inning. Some fine plays by Lenny Webster behind the plate.
taking all the way, 2-1. Two and two, and again the Orioles one strike away from getting out of this 11th inning mess. Inning over. And a tremendous job by Randy Myers. Gets the Orioles out of trouble in the 11th. We go to the 12th.
Huge play by Cal Ripken. Nobody out. Runners on at first and third. The winning run 90 feet away. And Ripken made that play. What a half inning.
So Alvin Mormon goes back to work as we go to the 12th inning here in Game 3. We remind you that tomorrow it's Game 4 of this American League Championship Series. Don't miss Game 1 winner Scott Erickson as he takes to the mound and leads the Orioles against Jarrett Wright. And the Cleveland Indians coverage begins live at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, right here on Fox.
The way this game's going, it might be the second game of a doubleheader.
Alvin Mormon, who came on with the bases loaded, don't overlook the job he did. As Kevin Seitzer, who pinch hit for Thome, now takes over at first for Thome. It was Mormon coming in the 11th inning with the bases loaded, 2 out. Picking up for reliever Jeff Juden, and he struck out Palmeiro. Now we'll deal with Surhoff, Ripken, and Baroa. In the bottom of the 4th inning, Game 4 of the NLCS, the Atlanta Braves lead Florida 2-0. Here it's 1-1 into the 12th, and Surhoff looks at a ball.
The Orioles stranded 2 in the top of the 10th. The Indians stranded 2 in the bottom of the 10th. The Orioles stranded 3 in the top of the 12th. The Indians stranded 3 in the bottom of the 12th.
1 ball, no strikes on Surhoff. One and one.
I should say the 9th and the 11th as opposed to the 10th and the 12th.
Brady Anderson's already working on his second power bar. One and one on Surhoff. 0 for 4 tonight. That's foul for strike 2. You so often hear pitchers who are on the dugout bench watching what took place at the bottom of the 11th. Alvin Mormon thinking, well, this is it, this is it, this is it. It's not it. And now he has to crank it back up and go out for the 12th inning. It's tough to come back out there.
Yeah, you figure your team's going to score a run. You have a runner at third base with nobody out in the inning. You've seen your offense do it all year long, and perhaps you mentally take yourself out of the ball game.
For the third baseman Williams, that's a fair ball, and Surhoff is out at first to start the 12th.
Matt Williams taking nothing for granted. That ball taking a couple of funny bounces down the third baseline. That ball tailing toward the line. Nice play by Matt Williams. It's easy for a third baseman to relax on a ball like that. Assume it may be foul. See, it looked like it came back over the bag. Usually a ball like that will squirt foul, hit off the handle, but it stayed fair, and Williams made a fine play.
And Alvin Mormon, terrific work to end the top of the 11th, get the first out in the top of the 12th. Now it's Eric Plunk. We talked earlier our Aflac trivia question about Cal Ripken having been in the World Series in 1983, trying to get back there would be a 14-year gap. If you look at Eric Plunk, Warming up the pitch here in the 12th inning. Jim Cotton waited 17 years. Babe Adams in the early 1900s, and then Dennis Martinez third on the list. 16 years between World Series appearances. 79 with Baltimore, 95 the Cleveland Indians. Here is Eric Plunk with 1 out, nobody on to deal with Ripken and Baroa.
And again, Ripken, one of the reasons Ripken is hitting now, because of that play made at third base.
It has gone from a crisp afternoon here in Cleveland to a cold night. Game 4 of the NLCS at the end of 4. Atlanta leading the Marlins 2-0. Here it's 1-1 in the 12th. 1 out, nobody on, and Ripken looking out at Eric Plunk. Breaking ball for strike 1. First appearance of this ALCS. Eric Plunk. Whatever works for Tony Tarasco and the Baltimore Orioles. Strike 2.
Another good breaking ball from Eric Plunk. He's got a reputation as a power pitcher. Throws the high fastball up in the zone. Back-to-back breaking balls to Ripken.
Into right field for Ramirez. And the first 2 Orioles in the 12th are gone.
This is the first appearance by Eric Plunk since game 1 of the division series, when he came in the 5th inning to face Bernie Williams and Tino Martinez and get them out in a key situation at Yankee Stadium. However, the next inning turned into disaster and led to the 3 straight home runs that were hit by the Yankees. First time ever in postseason play. 2 of those given up by Plunk.
The one to Raines to tie it. The one to Jeter to put the Yankees ahead. And then Ossenmacher came in and gave up the home run to Neal. Big cut by Baroa, 1-1. And you see why he took that big cut.
Another good breaking ball from Plunk. Started Baroa off with a breaking ball. Did not get the call. Came right back with another one.
Strike 2.
This crowd will sleep well tonight. So will we.
Everybody involved in this game 3, no doubt about that. 1 and 2 on Baroa, 2 out, nobody on. This Cleveland bullpen is trying to match the much heralded Oriole bullpen pitch for pitch here in game 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ripped down the left field line. That's fair and toward the corner. Giles digs it out. It's a 2-out double for Baroa. And the go-ahead run now in scoring position for Davey Johnson's Orioles.
Eric Plunk went to the well once too often, threw a slider, wanted to get it down low and away, but hung it over the middle of the plate. After seeing 4 of them during that sequence, Baroa was ready for it. Buggy whipped it down that left field line. There's the first pitch slider. Another one. Another one for a foul ball. He misses away with a fastball to set up this slider, but it got way too much of the plate.
And now it's up to Rebel A. Oh for 1 with a strikeout. Back in the 11th. Ball 1 to Rebele, who took over as a pinch runner for Hoyles back in the 9th and scored the tying run.
Manny Ramirez is properly shallow in right field. If Rebele gets behind an Eric Plunk fastball and singles that way, there could be a play at the plate. One and one. In the bottom of this 12th inning, it would be Giles, Grissom, and Fernandez. Strike 2.
Well, this is definitely the hitter Eric Plunk wants to go after. Rebele 1 for 6 lifetime against Eric Plunk. The on-deck hitter, Chris Hammonds, 571 lifetime, 4 for 7 with a home run. Jeffrey Hammonds, I should say.
Go ahead run at second with 2 out. The 1-2 from Plunk. Plunk is the 7th pitcher of the night for the Indians. To Williams at third. Back for the bottom of the 12th. Following this word from your local Fox station. A game summary of a different sort. The combined totals, 87 total plate appearances, 32 strikeouts. Still, Mussina almost has half the strikeouts. 37 players used. Only 13 left. It's under 370 pitches thrown. Here's 370, and it's a strike over the outside corner to Brian Giles. By inning, this already ties the longest ALCS game played. In Baltimore and Minnesota, game 1 in 1969. Game the Orioles won 4-3. Time-wise, you saw the 4:38. This is already the longest ALCS game by time. Bottom of the 12th inning, 1-1 game, and strike 2 on Giles. Grissom and then Fernandez will follow. Giles stays alive. In case you're wondering, the longest postseason game by innings, 16 in the NLCS. And Tim, I know you know what game that was in 1986. Houston and the Mets.
One of the most remarkable games I ever saw. Just think about Randy Myers in a game where he entered, where the Orioles were leading in the 9th inning or later, saving 45 and 46 tries.
Giles strikes out to start the bottom of the 12th.
His biggest save of the season, may be saving a tie tonight.
Talked about how Randy Myers has become a crafty pitcher late in his career. There's a slider. You see the rotation, and he took a little bit off of that slider. Got Giles way out in front. Retires the leadoff man here in the 12th.
Now Grissom. A 56.5 footer.
What was that?
Maybe that not that far. Was that one of those zoom balls you were talking about?
That was the anti-zoom ball. That didn't have enough zoom on it.
De-zoomed.
2-0 on Grissom. We understand that in the top of the 5th inning, game 4 of the NLCS, the Braves lead Florida 4-0. Here it's 1-1 on the 12th. 3-0 on Grissom. Grissom taking 3 balls and a strike. Big swing, full count.
Was a big swing, but that fastball was outside. Usually, if a pitcher is behind in the count, especially in a game-winning situation, if you throw the fastball, you want to keep it away from the hitter. Stay out of the power zone.
That'll get out of play.
Not only do you stay away from the hitter's power, but if he does hit it, he's got to hit it to the big part of the ballpark.
It just turned 9 o'clock here at Jacobs Field in Cleveland. This game started about 4:15. Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, Bob Brenly with you. Cleveland got a run in the 7th against Mussina, who was terrific tonight. Baltimore tied it in the 9th, still tied in the 12th. 3-2 to Grissom, a 1-out walk. And it's really been Cleveland in the extra innings having their chances, but not cashing in. Now it's 1-on, 1-out with Fernandez walking to the plate.
But remember, that's a deceptive graphic. Tony Fernandez, a .397 batter against left-handed pitching this year. Speed on at first base in Grissom.
Randy Myers has got to have the loosest shoelaces in the American League. Every time the Indians get something going, either the hitter get ahead in the count or a runner get on base, he has to retie his shoes. Just his subtle way of taking that momentum back away from the offense.
Check on Grissom. We now need to tell you that America's Most Wanted will be joined in progress. We're moving right through the primetime lineup on Fox after this game. One on, 1 out, and a strike on Fernandez. 0-1. Hershiser still watching. 7 shutout innings for the 39-year-old right-hander. Can't say enough about Mussina, and again 15 strikeouts, an LCS record. 2 away from tying the postseason record set by Bob Gibson in 1968. Another check on Grissom.
Now, Myers does not have a very good move to first base either. He will vary his delivery to home plate, give you the slide step from time to time. Throws over more often than not just to avoid that runner going on first movement. He's not really trying to pick anybody off.
To third, but foul.
So is that bat that Tony Fernandez was just using.
Myers running a fastball in on the hands of Tony Fernandez. See Ripken playing close to the line at third. It's going to have to be a foul ball to get by him right there.
If you're just joining us, with all that great pitching, as so often happens, you highlight the defense. And here we highlight Brady Anderson on a ball hit by Justice back in the 7th. That led to the only run for the Indians. And then this misplay by Grissom, losing the ball in the twilight. in the 9th inning, which produced the game's tying run on a ball hit by Brady Anderson. Now it's 1 on, 1 out. 0-2 the count on Tony Fernandez. A little flare to right. That's going to fall for a hit. Grissom heads to third. The throw by Hammonds is too late.
The first thing a base runner does when he gets on base, first or second in particular, you check the outfielders. Marquise Grissom running right away. You saw that jump he had at first. That's what allows him to round second and go to third. A fine throw by Jeffrey Hammonds late. Terrific base running by Grissom.
Fernandez sets it up with his flare to right, sending Grissom to third, and now opening up a world of possibilities for the Indians with Vizquel at the plate.
Again, the outfield in, the infield in, the squeeze a possibility.
Ball 1 from Myers. Vizquel a chance to win game 3.
That was a needless throw to first base. You throw a ball like that away, the game's over. Runner at first base, insignificant anyway.
Once again, Myers stalling out there on the mound, stepping on and off the rubber. Trying to steal some of the momentum back away from the Cleveland Indians.
Two and on Vizquel with Ramirez in the on-deck circle. And at this point, the only one left in the bullpen for Baltimore, right-hander Terry Matthews. With that foul ball, it gives us a chance to look at ALCS records in today/tonight's game. Mussina, the 15 strikeouts, which sets a record. 5 consecutive ties a record. Pitchers used, length of game. This is the longest ALCS game time-wise. And Cleveland ties the ALCS record with 4 double plays turned. That was early behind Hershiser.
Well, Webster gets thumped again with a foul ball behind home plate. Remember, Chris Hoyles is out of the ball game. That misses the chest protector, catches the right shoulder. Not really a factor in this at this point of the game tonight. A stolen base would not make a difference one way or the other, but as we mentioned earlier, he will be catching Scott Erickson tomorrow, or he should be catching Scott Erickson tomorrow.
If you're going to put the squeeze on, now would be a good time to do it. They've shown they're not going to pitch out. You've had a long delay. Speed on at third.
Here comes Grissom, and safe at the plate. Indians win. Vizquel missed it.
Davey Johnson arguing that the ball was fouled off by Vizquel. Davey's saying you've got to get some help, that it was a foul ball. It looked like it was a foul ball to me. Home plate umpire John Hirschbeck saying that Grissom is safe at home. This looked like a foul ball. Here comes Grissom. Squeeze was on. Did he foul it? Webster dropped it. Grissom touches home. The game's over.
A 12-inning game ends on a steal of home.
Might add, had Webster held onto the ball, he tags Grissom out. There are 2 outs. Unbelievable.
Grissom steals home to end this game, and game 3 belongs to Cleveland. Davey Johnson can't believe it. Mike Mussina is our Chevy Trucks player of the game. Ripken still pleading his case. It's now changed to a pass ball, and that's the way this game comes to a close. America's Most Wanted will be joined in progress next. Don't forget, Game 4 ALCS tomorrow night here on Fox.